Welcome everyone to the PMPL Arabia Season 2021 Spring Split. My name is Highland Wolf and I am joined, of course, by the ever beautiful, ever wonderful Professor Tarzan. How are you doing alongside me?
Oh, wonderful. Other than this sun that's toying me with a little bit, like my face keep changing color and whatnot, but deal with it. It's just like part of the world. Beautiful day today. And how are you all doing? Welcome to join us. And we're going to have 5 games today. It's a great day one for this tournament and can't wait to share this journey with all of you.
Yeah, keep in mind, we are now in the PMPL Arabia scene, and that means the top 20 teams from all across the Middle East and all across Arabia are here to fight it out to be crowned a PMPL Arabia champion. And as you say, Tarzan, we have 5 games for these teams to play, and it will be very, very exciting because at the end of it, at the end of these 4 weeks, there is going to be $150,000 up for grabs between all of these teams to split between.
Oh, wonderful teams as well. We've got 5 groups in here. So there's a little bit of that format, right? We have these weekly schedule and we will meet you all, not just us, you will see the other lovely group as well of that casting duo, but we will have the Mondays and Tuesdays, I believe. Yeah, Mondays and Tuesdays as your league days. Then we're followed by Thursday, Friday, and Saturday as the super weekend. So that is a bit like the structures that we have anyway across all PMPL. But here's, if you do forget, you can ask us. I guess we can kind of look into the chat, but I think there will be staff who can remind us and we can go through it again if you ever forget.
Yeah, so keep in mind, of course, it is going to be 3 weeks of the league stage where, as you say, these teams fight it out across 2 days of gameplay in 5 groups. So each of these teams will face 8 games in total over the Monday and Tuesday for the next 3 weeks. And then if they get into the top 16 off of those first 2 days in the Monday and Tuesday, they will then move through to the super weekend at the end of those 3 weeks, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, as you say, each week for the first 3 weeks of competition. And that is where the points really matter. That is how these teams, Tarzan, will be able to rack up their chances to be able to reach the finals stage at the end of those 3 weeks, the final week of play, where the top 16 teams overall with the total accumulated amount of super weekend points across all 3 super weekends will then move through to the grand finals, where they do compete for that share of $150,000. And Tarzan, I think we should also get into explaining how, or who should I say rather, these teams actually are.
Oh, yes. Let's go through the 5 groups, right? So we have 20 teams split in groups of 4. So 5 groups. Let's go through Group A. Should we go alternating orders? Yes, should we go? I will start with Group A. We have RTG Esports, Galaxy Racer, Flare Loyal Team, and the Snipers in Group A.
So, of course, then in Group B, we have YaLLa Esports, Rad Esports, Hotline Egypt, and SCYTES Esports.
In Group C, we have GUNZ Esports, NASR Esports, iKURD Esports, as well as Fanatic Zombies.
And in Group D, we have Fate Esports, Zombies Esports, Real Tiger 9, and Falcons Esports as well.
Last but not least, Group E. Arab GSG, RICO Infinity Team, Alpha Legends, and SUDOR Esports. So 20 very good teams. Some of them are invited teams. Some of them have fought their way through the PMCO of their relative regions. So not an easy journey, we look through how these teams been sometimes made just to fight in the PMCO, and they make their way through, realize that we have to be friends a little bit longer than we think. We also have those teams that have been there for each other for a while now. It's been up to 3 years plus now for this game, and the esports scene has really been developing.
Yeah, of course, when we look at the likes of those invited teams, your eyes are really drawn to that one Indian team, though, keep in mind here, Tarzan, which is going to be Galaxy Racer. Now, Galaxy Racer, they've not appeared in esports competitions for the last 8 months, and are now appearing, obviously, of that hiatus of the Indian teams, back onto competition, back onto PUBG M soil, and I couldn't be more excited to see what this squad in total can really bring, and not only them, but I think as well, when we think, Tarzan, about all of these other teams who have had to fight it out, of course, through the PMCO stage, when you look through across Egypt, through Iraq, through Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and also the MENA wildcard region, it is deserving all of these 20 teams who are now here to compete.
Oh, definitely. We've been casting some PMCL ourselves. Of course, we are from the UK. That's the one that we've been casting. But, following through the different scenes, we can see a difference in the styles in play, as well as the competitiveness. And as you can see, you only get into the PMPL if you are just that top 1 or 2 team across that lobby. So it's really reflecting a level of consistency and skill. So we should maybe give all of you a little bit of background as well. So we have the South Flare Loyal team, Flare Loyal team to be the first seed, right, from PMCO Egypt, and then we also have the second seed being Magnum, I think, from my graphics here, but it might be a bit of a different name now. So may need Pylon Wolf to fill me in for that one when it comes to that little bit of graphics that I've got.
Yeah, so Magnum will be that second seed coming through out of Egypt, but also when we look through to the side of Iraq, it was coming through both iKURD Esports, the first place in Real Tiger 9, the second place team from Iraq, and also then when we look at Saudi Arabia, it was SUDOR Esports who are going to be the one first place representative from there, and also United Arab Emirates who will be bringing through the Fanatic Zombies as a first seeded team, and also SCYTES Esports who will be that second seed, and of course from the MENA wildcard region it will be Alpha Legends. In Alpha Legends as well, I do want to draw our attention to this other qualifying team. Have been competing for a very long time. Some of their players coming through since 2019 competitions here, Tarzan. So these are veterans coming into the scene that I am very excited for to see what they can be able to bring.
Especially when it comes to some individual players that I kind of know, like tracking them through the scenes, rotating between teams, they have been, quite hyped up. So we are going to follow them, and some of these players as well have been rotating between these Arabian teams. So pretty interesting storylines, I would say. Some of them are maybe friendly rivals or whatnot. And let's go through a little bit of the prize money. We mentioned is a huge amount, right? But where do you actually make the difference before that final stage? It's actually in those super weekends. In those super weekends, every chicken dinner you'll be rewarded up to $1,000 per chicken dinner. So that is a huge amount. So it's a little bit different. Sometimes people will think, yes, of course, the points that add up. But, after all, if we ever end in the tie situation, then it will be those chicken dinner that makes that different for that tiebreaker.
Yeah, and keep in mind, it will be for every Super Weekend match, 45 times. These will be the amount of games that these teams will play through all 3 Super Weekends. $965 going to be given to every team that wins. So not only is it about getting the points to be able to reach the league finals overall, Tarzan, but obviously, as you can see, it is all about getting not only the points, but the chicken dinners on board. And that's really exciting to me, because where you have points that overall obviously shift towards kills being more important, it does draw a lot of focus back through towards the placement points and that consistency of teams getting those chicken dinners, because you can seriously rack up a lot of cash when you think if teams can get multiple or even back-to-back chicken dinners.
And I think this type of system also may change how teams want to play. I think it's too much to consider, right? Sometimes when you overthink, you can't play your best game. But sometimes if you play for the best points, which I think we should, right? It'll get you the best result through to the finals is to be the champion. Yeah, that should be your goal. So you have to find a way to balance that in this current point system. Sometimes it would make you feel like, should I even risk for that? Yeah, we don't get as many points, but we can get $1,000 if we just stay till the end to be that winner of that game. So all these things kind of just challenge, maybe I shouldn't say the moral, but when it comes to that pros and cons, that consideration, that calculation and quick maths, it's adding something very different compared to many other tournaments.
And I think overall, it does add that extra layer of depth, but to also head back, I think more specifically towards both Monday and Tuesday here will be these 20 teams who have to compete to even get into the Super Weekend later on. And it is going to be the breakdown overall of these 5 groups split into 4 groups every time, playing 1 match across all 10 in total, which will be played across Monday and Tuesday. 5 matches each time around. So for today, we've got Erangel, Miramar, then Erangel, then back to Miramar and Erangel to close us off in our 5 games tonight. But also keep in mind the order of these teams which we'll be playing. We've said the groups already, but obviously it will be groups A, B, C, and D who play in the first match, and then in the second match we'll be heading towards groups A, B, C, and E, and then it will be groups A, B, D, and E in the third match, and then in the fourth match will be groups A, C, D, and E, and then in the final match it will be groups B, C, D, and E that play. So of course, overall, when you think of those 10 matches, there is only going to be 8 matches played by each team, so 4 matches per day.
And you know what, guys, sometimes there's a different way to explain things. I know there's so many alphabets in our head. Okay, let's talk about it this way. Every time we play a game, right, through the day, games 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have 5 groups and 1 of them don't get to play. So if we just explain it this way, right, that 1 group that doesn't get to play for each game, we start from group E, then D, C, B, A. So that's the teams that don't get to play from games 1 to 5. Okay, so it's from the last group. Then kind of like that. There's some sort of visual representation that may help when it comes to the league play. Okay, so today's order, we're alternating between Erangel and Miramar. So no Sandhawk this week. Week 2 we have no Erangel. Week 3 we have no Miramar. It's just for those weekdays. It's just for the league days. It's just for Mondays and Tuesdays. Okay, but for the super weekends, we will have a good mix of all those 3 maps, and of course, we can still see that a little bit of the emphasis over on the classical map. But you know what? I may be wrong. Need to do those quick maps. Need my magnifying glass. Who says I'm the professor? Just need to dig into things and do some more research.
I think overall we're going to have to be able to do some research through all of these teams that we'll get to watch here, Tarzan, because keep in mind we are from the UK. This is an exciting point for us realistically here, Tarzan, because we get to look at some of these teams for the first time as well, and we get to really be able to delve into what these squads can really perform and what they can do. And we already mentioned, of course, the likes of Galaxy Racer, but I do understand 3 teams coming out of other regions that we do have to keep our eyes on are both going to be GUNZ Esports, YaLLa Esports, and RTG Esports. These 3 teams have showed from the Ramadan League all through previous run-up tournaments to the PMPL Arabia, much consistency and a lot of potential for getting good team fights and wiping kills through in tournaments. And I think on top of these 4 teams, these, along with, I think, for personally myself, Alpha Legends, are going to be the 5 teams that I will be looking at least.
I think in my heart, I'm kind of rooting for Alpha Legends just because there's some names that ring a bell. But when it comes to being an analyst, I'm the Calicaster. I'm assessing all that, right? All these teams through the year. Teams that just get invited in, right? The invited teams, we've got Rad, RICO Infinity, Zombies, Esports, YaLLa. So we've got a good amount of invited teams. Sometimes just because they're here and they kind of fight through it makes it a little bit tricky. Like historically, they're better, so they didn't have to go through those rounds through the PMCO. But we've seen in scrims or even tournaments of upcoming the multiple PMPL, not just the official one, but tournaments that are just for PMPL teams. You would realize some of these teams that fought their way through from the PMCO have been showing up very strong, because some things that we don't know behind the scene is sometimes what's happening in the organization, what are the structures. It's still the same brand, same household name, but the small things that change, players, rosters, chemistry, strategies, coaches, and there's all these things that we may not see could be the reason that explain why we might have hyped up the wrong team, or why some teams may not be fulfilling, and making their fans happy.
Yeah, keep in mind, it is going to be very tough though for these teams, because not only is it only going to be about the prize pools, about which groups are playing, getting to the finals itself, getting that prize money, but also the ultimate prize, even more so than you could argue some of that cash. The top 5 teams, Tarzan, going to also make it through to the EMEA League later on, and we will send 5 representatives through from the Arabian PMPL to compete there alongside the likes of CIS, Turkey, Western Europe. So it is going to be about who can prove the most to us that they deserve those spots. And starting off through even today, we will be able to see a clearer picture, hopefully, of what these teams can do. And I think it will take a little bit of time to see what these teams can realistically bring to the table. It might not be decided in the first day, so we don't get our assumptions too tidied up after the first couple of games, but it does start to really paint that picture. It does start to put that base color over the canvas for us.
Definitely, and I can also say, right, because sometimes people just ask me straight up, which team do you think it would win? Because I am, I like to follow through a particular tournament to see how it turns out for a team, allow the teams to, show themselves via their plays, right? And I think that's very important, because sometimes people come in at a different level of competitiveness and mentality, and that can really change how they perform. They can be too excited, or they can be too nervous, or sometimes people just feel like it doesn't really matter as much. Things can go on in life and all that stuff. But you know what? I think we are ready to go in this first ever game of this PMPL Arabia. And it's going to be Erangel, that classical map. You know what? I just can't wait to just do some of those same old analysis that I really dearly love, and then we can see how these teams show their skills.
Do you know what? I'm not even excited just about the game, but you got to play your game here, Tarzan. We got to bring through the play path. Tell me where it's going. No, we can't play our game, Tarzan. I'm so distraught right now. I was like, we're going to see the plane path coming through. We're going to be able to guess exactly where it comes through before it enters on the screen. But as you can see, it will be heading through from that south side towards the shooting range.
And that is going to be somewhat center plane path, right? But it will give that access to teams who love to go to Georgia Pole Hospital. These other areas, some of these teams really love going. But that southern island is slightly more congested than I thought. I think it was very interesting coming from Rad to drop around that eastern bridge, and because they may just be beaten to the Novo teams, or could be a little bit harsh rotating later on when their team's on the other side of that bridge. But that phase 1 circle to be so sudden is just going to add so much clash in that early game. 50% water phase 1.
Oh man, you gotta imagine this is exactly not the way these teams wanted to start this first match here, Tarzan. Already looking towards that South Island, and you got to assume that also these teams will be then looking towards how do they enter into that South Island, because all of those teams who decided they would drop over towards Georgia Pole, those squads who decided to drop towards Roshawk, and we said, well, we've got a center point in Erangel, that zone doesn't give any cahoots.
And I think we've seen this circle very recently as we work together, right, Island Wolf? We think that the very important area, okay, or pocket of position would be along that coastline. Because teams kind of need to bet which side it may go. They want to position in a spot where they can control those who wants to take the spot away, but also keep the options open upon the next shift. So we can see a side of RT9 actually rotating through Therapy and Primos. So these are the positions that not only give you some loot, but the control on that coastline to fight off people coming from the north, as well as having that boat access if they ever want to use that boat. Boatation is a term to go to that Sosnovka military base island.
I'll be particularly looking towards, of course, once again, the hilltops, as you say, just above Ferry Pier, just around the quarry section to the east of it. That is where you really assume teams will be looking to try control, to be looking for that vision over not the west bridge side, but also actually towards above those teams to the northern end of Erangel, for all of those squads that you got to imagine coming down from Georgia Pole, coming down from Gatka Fields towards them. And I think that is a spot that isn't controlled yet. Potentially, you could see the likes of Chills and Co join up there to take control of that space, but on the other hand, it will be up to if Fanatic Zombies can decide to go there, or if they look instead to go further down towards that western bridge instead.
Yeah, I think it's also there's still multiple options, right, to play to the northern side to still say that we will place that bet on that main island, and they can still have so many positions, for example, Gatka Fields and all those hills, especially when it comes to Erangel 2.0. There's some very sweet spots, right, to have 360 VU. You can have multiple control spots to protect your vehicles and stay stealthy as well. And but we will first start with GUNZ eSport. We have a little bit of interesting frags. GUNZ, that's the pretty cool team tag, I would have to say. And in an uncontested Pachinki, that is a good way to start the game, only if they don't lose priority to get the next spot.
GUNZ, one of those teams that we mentioned at the start of the stream to be looking out for here, Taz, and one of the invited squads. And also, as you can see there, Real Tiger 9 going to be joining through that. Keep in mind, second place qualifying team from the PMC Iraq. Up now to them to show us what they can do.
And Zombies as well, now here in Novo. 3 teams in Zombie, right? In the Southern Island is what I mean. That leaves one team that is kind of stuck in between, and that is Rad. They kind of just dropped to that southern end of that eastern bridge, but with the 2 main drops of the Southern Island now taken up, I wonder, how are they going to maneuver through? Are they trying to, have they studied the map well enough to say, hey, we're here to maybe control either of these squads and be the kings of the South Island, or they are just here for bridge control? Because it's going to be hard, right, to stay on that southern island now that is the majority of the land, for them to keep fighting off squads when they hold down a position.
Can I just say how beautiful that orange car is, though, as well, Tarzan? I mean, when you enter into the first game, you got to enter in with style. I mean, who cares about chicken dinners? Who cares about those kills? It is about if you go down, if you take that win with the orange car, with the style points, because that is what really matters, of course, when you enter into PMPL.
And as you can see, like that car as well is with those patch updates, right? Like it really have that sound, like the vroom vroom. It was so good, right? I tried it. I was like, okay, this like press some button within myself. But speaking of those patch, right? I think there's also small changes when it comes to drop weapons. The M249 can go up to 150 rounds, especially on this map, and you can see it as a non-drop weapon now. And the buffed pistol as well, that can add a lot of interesting early game action, although we may not see that this game. We kind of just missed that already, but we're seeing this bridge on around that western bridge side where some teams have already gone to that southern island.
Max, Cash, and the rest of Galaxy Racer opting, of course, not to go towards the Western Bridge, understanding that there is a squad there already, so we'll just take the compound off the other edge of the hill, which is actually a great position for them, because keep in mind, Tazan, they can, of course, then overlook those hills towards Gatka Fields, and I think that is what teams will really be looking to do, not just for a strong position overlooking the flats, but also because at the end of it, you're forcing teams, if you do control that spot, to then make an even wider rotation round to possibly the eastern side, which buys valuable minutes for you and takes valuable minutes away from your opponents.
Yeah, but I think the fact that Fanatic Zombies are a trio made this very, very hard. We can see one of the players taking that lighthouse, and you just need to split like away from it, because if everyone's clumped on that lighthouse, there's no escape strategies or whatnot. But then, therefore, there is an overwatch from across that road. But Mexico need to do a lot of work in here, because with one man down, they really need to make those rotations very, very quick. Park their cars accordingly. If they need to get out when they get crashed by a squad, they just need to be so efficient with those small maneuvers.
And when we look towards these western bridges, Tarzan, do you decide at the moment to currently just dive on in there? Do you go, we're going to go 100 miles per hour down to this South Island? Or would you, if you are the IGL of some of these teams, decide, hey, do we just play out for the coastline? Do we hope and pray that it is going to stay with us on the main island?
I think I'm going to opt in for playing the therapy area, but it comes down to whether there are boats around there. I think since the circle's not conclusive, right? So I need to keep my options open, whatnot, but also in a position that may be contested, so I can get some early kills. But finally, the first stock come through for this tournament, and we have first YaLLa Esports against NASR.
YaLLa gonna go up against NASR, but what can he do? They've already lost powerful. You see, what will be, I think, saying couple? 7, that's a lot of 7s, but it doesn't matter because they've been destroyed here, Tarzan, by NASR, as it will be Banda and now Yamas to be able to continue their assault in, or do they decide to go for the retreat? I think retreat might be on the cards here for them, because they certainly don't feel like Yamas and also Andar could really take this one. Still, keep in mind, going to be that 4v2 situation for them. They just seem to go back for now and go for the reset. Going to have to look for another way into this zone, but it doesn't look like they're going to have this chance to reset, because look, this is NASR driving in. They want to try stop this disengage, but they're already in the buggy. They've already escaped over the hill, and the ridgeline keeps them safe for the moment.
Oh, and they just need to keep finding the next spot as well, because that circle does shift towards the southern side once again, so it's going to be more and more likely to end up on that South Island. So these two teams need to prioritize that rotation, because this is very, very tricky. Having that water to separate the two sides of the zone, making it really, really hard to play. And that is YaLLa retreating a little bit. They just made it into zone, but you can see multiple teams already in here trying their luck. Banana first get knocked for the Fanatic Zombies. Now they're under that control. Essentially a very beautiful split set up by SCYTES.
Goes for SCYTES Esports alongside Erangel is putting so much work. You saw initially Ghost going over towards the edge of that bridge, looking to try position on that bridge itself, just on the left side of it, to overlook those squads coming in. You can see that patience has worked out for them. Ghost going to be the one to pick up their first kill for them. It's unfortunately there, as you mentioned already, Fanatic Zombies only a trio down to the duo Chills in Mexico. They will too have to make that hard road in, but thankfully for them, Mexico is already across to that South Island. So if it does continue to shift, they don't have to worry about making sure that we can at least get one player in to survive to the end.
And I think Chills can use the fact that he's got one teammate across already to maybe jump to swim and just tank a little bit, fully boost and tank until you can get up on the shoreline in a position that his teammate can really guard. But of course, we have some of these fishies as well, because HOTLINE Esports in here trying to find their way in. And the problem with swimming across, right, is that you just don't have any vehicles. So if you want to do it quick, find a way in, or you just opt in for that rotation and end up on a spot where you can access some of those main roads for those cars. Otherwise, it's just going to be shooting practice for some of your enemies.
But it takes so long, as we say, it's so much time, effectively an entire zone, and to make this rotation through to the South Beach. And you might end up seeing a situation where actually for them, they don't end up having the zone stay on that South Beach. So then they had to tank more zones. They've not been able to loot up because they've been in the water for so long, and it just goes so downhill from there.
I think it's a great game to start this tournament with, just to put these teams to the test first. And of course, one way to do it, as you can see, Faye coming through from that eastern bridge, is to go for that wide rotation, strategic tanking, keep playing edge, getting information from the outskirts, and come in the least contested side. As you can see, we also have Frag and RTG doing a similar thing, relying on strategic tanking, right? So that you can come in when your enemy is least expecting it, and that circle will eventually end up on the southern island as predicted.
Falcons Esports also going to look over that Indian squad, Galaxy Racer. They are currently still on the main island though, and you can see this crucial player, Max Cash, going to overlook Falcons on that lighthouse. That should stop them. That should slow the rotation down, as all the meanwhile Rad also got a against Flare loyal team. We'll be up to see if NASR can hold this rotation through with the 3 members of Rad engaging on top of them. But Rad, they look like they want these initial kills. And because you do see this slightly split loyal squad, it does mean that Rad more together, I would say, have this advantage in the team fight.
Oh, yes. And I think it's all about the small things that we love to talk about, right? Like trigger discipline and then off angle, as well as staying silent, not giving away any first stats. But that will be the Tommy gun not coming through strong enough. Rat will open that kill with that 2v1.
One goes down, and this just looks like it could go bad for worse. At least they did find one return back, as it will be Dale Hat to be knocked. But the revive already going to come through from Mang999, so it will be just a 1 kill straight up in favor of Rad. The use of the vehicles as well going to be charged up, and also the rotation there through from Easy towards the South Norfolk military base. So they will look for a better way in. That ridgeline should protect them a little bit, but it does look quite dire for them. All the meanwhile, NASR going to be up also against Fate, and all the meanwhile from them behind that squad will be YaLLa entering in as that third party along that northern side. Could look quite chaotic here, because all of these squads do need to make their way further down, as it has centered more towards that Sovnovka military base itself.
And I love this turtle circle just because of the types of landscape available to these teams. They can opt in to play these high grounds with 360 control, just pick one side to peak, or you can just play a little bit of these split compounds, or do something of a weird type of split within military base, using those beautiful planes or those new bits coming from Erangel 2.0, the new dips and whatnot. But we can see it's getting to a little bit dire on this side. People are trying to play the strategic tanking for so long that they may hurt each other.
There, Galaxy Racer still stuck on that bridge, just gonna get knocked in the blue zone. You do feel for them. They have got 2 players across, but it is only going to be the duo that they keep alive. Falcons Esport also edge their way in, going to take that kill for themselves. Going to be the first one on the board for them as this zone shifts once again. But where will it go? It will go all the way down to the south of the Sovnovka military base. And Tarzan, this gets from bad to worse for all of those squads, because we only have 3 squads in total inside the zone at the moment.
And I think this really is about people not using botations. Maybe there isn't enough boats, but as you can see, I just feel bad for those teams that swum the way across and realize they need to keep running on foot to that southern side. I think that is why it's so important to keep those things in your head, and keep your options open. Imagine having a botation that ends up on the really southern edge, and you can maybe still get those cars, but otherwise you just need to get through that bridge quick enough, as we see RT9 already in those positions, and multiple teams still trying to play a bit of a half gatekeeping and half scouting position.
Fanatic Zombies, keep in mind they were knocked with the 1 player down to the duo, still in the safety of zone. Almost 600 meters for them to travel will be difficult, but even more difficult for Fate is they are up against the side of Zombies Esports themselves. But what can Fate realistically do here? Sat in the fray of it all, in between more teams coming up from behind them. Sniper just on that eastern edge. Leif already knocked you had another one knocked from Ragnarok, and as a result, you've now only got 2 players up. You got to make this back as the duo, but can Reef, can Faker bring this through? Fanatic Zombies as well will be the first one eliminated out in a match, and looks like Fate will be joining him in second at this rate. Reef will be the last one here, but it's just going to be immediately destroyed down into the dirt. Zombies take Fate Esports to 15th.
And of course, Fanatic Zombies went out first, so the Zombies brother, maybe they're not associated at all, but they are definitely zombies now from that grave. We're down to 45 players and 14 teams, and sometimes I do think for these teams who are taking these hard covers right on this northern side, knowing there's likely that they have to move, but they need to find a way to preserve their cars as well. And but right now, of course, with that beautiful nade, Zombie continues to control.
Oh my days! Here come the sniper zone, but there's one back in return. You say, you can grenade? We can grenade even better. This will be Zombies put down to the trio, but still snipers only the duo. Citizen throws even more in, so will Zaid, but we're not going to find anything just now. The movement, the positions have been changed. HOTLINE Esports, meanwhile, will also fall down there to GRX, and it will be as a result now them in 14th position. Sniper though still up, still the duo. Another nade gets sent in. This could be huge if it gets found, but no, it won't explode onto anyone just yet. The revive continues to come through, and the trio is back up. That car order, meanwhile, so crucially protecting him.
Yeah, that's so key in this type of server. It allows you to play a bit of spoiler if you want before you need to crash in the next position, right? So this is military base special right here. A lot of players only have calibrated their play and their mindset around maybe these hot grubs in classics, but when it comes to this stage, this caliber of play, they really need to plan it better, as we have the beautiful one, almost a 2-piece coming from the zombies, and they're now being aggressive.
They're looking for these nades because see, initially it was them to move back, but they find some success. It will also be Real Tiger 9 going to be eliminated through the Iraq second seed. Going to be no more in this first match. 13th position for them. iKURD looking down to the solo. Keep in mind they could be next. This order, meanwhile, Sniper will find a self-grenade. Not the way they wanted to play this one through. Zaid as well going to be stuck inside smokes. Is nevertheless, Zombies Esports will continue their reign in. Rad as well make their aggressive move into zone, but it is already RTG gatekeeping them at defense. But can they smoke up quick enough? Can they defend themselves as 2 NASR are entering in from the backside? But it is already this destruction. NASR gonna find one onto Rad, find a second through with RTG, and it could be as well even snipers looking for their own one, as it will be, as we say, iKURD the solo will fall down next.
And you know what? This is why map knowledge is so important. You need to be prepared to be on this side that maybe you have almost never touched. You would never really want to go, but RTG holding that position allows them to be on prime gatekeeping position. But they need to hold it down because multiple teams would want to contest this as they come into this plain area. Every footstep counts, every maneuver counts.
The plane, the northern end, is where the chaos is here. Snipers now joining into the fray, but RTG will just decimate them down. It will be the snipers eliminated next. 10th position they go. But still, across that plane, Zombies Esports will look to try increase their lead into zone. But this is such a tricky zone, Tarzan. Through that fence, it is effectively that flat space before you get to the hill to the south, which is that choke point of the zone phase 5 itself.
I think it comes down to setting up the next available cover with maybe smoke walls with some metal shields from the cars, and then playing the effective spoiler as well to really capitalize on this. As you can see, there are some available covers because some teams did try that same thing, but just a bit early and got taken out, and we're just now down to 23 players. This zone is so terrible for these players, so brutal, and that is why so many of them have been struggling.
SCYTES as well can be seen on the outskirts, just gonna hopefully try pray that zone goes up further north, but it will be potentially even just making it more difficult, more chaotic as well. NASR have that off-end player look to try keep at least maybe them alive if all of those 3 on the front will fall, trying to defend against RTG. Still, as RTG look for a way in. That zone did shift south, only going to be one single squad inside of it. In the rest of these 7 teams, or 6 might I say now, as it will also be loyal for their loyal team falling in 8th.
Oh, and look at all these teams trying to find a way. It's almost a definitely run and gun situation. Meanwhile, we have GUNZ themselves on that southern end just chilling right now. But I think they could use the information available to them to move to the center a little bit more to really join this party, you know, like stealing some of those, not stealing some kills, and start wrapping up those points, because every small thing counts.
Zombies Esports still waiting the duo. They're trying to spray into the snakes in the grass, but so do the fire come in return. This is just teams hoping that they can be able to survive long enough that the rest fall, that they have the space into the zone, but it will only be RTG to defend it, eliminating zombies. But NASR, they've all meanwhile looped around the side here, Tarzan, and they found some successful space inside the zone on that northeastern side, but they might just be overtaken. They're not aggressive enough, and then RTG, they just come in anyways for the spots.
And I think they are just pacing this really, really well. They decide to kind of go with the blue, tank a small bit, but focusing on clearing their side. And I think these types of calls are so vital, because it may be you may be in that placement point difference in that range, that I don't know, 1 or 2 points, but you can get, I don't know, 5, 6 kills. That is something that you have to do the math on, but as you can see, is not going to be easy, but they are for sure fighting their way through.
They're going for the revive, but they know where those grenades were landing. They know that it's going to be so tricky, but here comes the cover fire. NASR going to lose one. It will be Badoof to be able to find that one through. It will be NASR, though, in return to try find one of their own, but just sent down to the solo. Miracle going to be behind a tree, and it's only going to be a tree in him. I say we'll have to make good friends here for themselves. Is all the meanwhile NASR, as we say, the solo player into the top 4, albeit on the bottom though. This is GUNZ Esports, who have been so fortunate with the zone. You got to imagine here, 4 kills, the full squad in this game already here, Tarzan. This could be their match, their first chicken dinner, as NASR will be eliminated.
And I know it could be a little bit of a luck, but I think they want to avoid, you know, charging through the rest of military base to make it so tricky. And I think that is the prediction made right. But RTG, of course, with the price of 1 player, have already backed 10 points from kill points alone. So it doesn't matter if you get the zone, if you've got the kills, you've got the skills, you will have the momentum and you will have the points.
Well, the other high-placed team here coming in is FalconsEsport, and they've also picked up a good one for themselves, but as I say, they were going to be a trio, just jinxed them immediately, because down to the duo V will be sent. As GUNZ Esports continue their aggression in, just trying to gatekeep as best they can RTG from that north side, gatekeep Falcon from the west. They gatekeep them all. They've still got 4 players up. They send the vehicles in for even more better position inside of that zone, looking to control the center of it, using those trees, using those vehicles at a moment to protect themselves.
It's going to be that type of circle now. Highland will backpack off, manage your backpack, and then spray someone down. A little bit of snaking would be very helpful as well, but we first have Freak using that little bit of Ridgeline for peek and shoot, and we'll take another one down.
GUNZ Esports, RTG Esports, Falcons Esports, the 3 final squads as frags will be knocked down by RTG. Send it to the 3 players, but of the off angle, Falcons find one. Falcons looking for a second, but they don't find it just yet. Falcons Esports will be taken out, and it is just now up to RTG, but they're up against a full squad of GUNZ. Now just a duo, Flame looking, but it's back down, can't quite find anything yet. Freak through the smoke, cannot find anything either. Marshall with only 1 bandage. There is no healing for him. The points, the bullets will have to be on target here. The kills, the assassinations as they look to try find Lord. That's going to be their 14th kill of the game. The zone, all in the meanwhile, phase 8 now turning up, sneaking in behind their backs. Marshall behind a tree. On the other side, Flame looking for that off angle. Then we can't quite find it.
no.
Will be Hamodi to take it down. The solo player, Marshall, as we said, has nothing left, but
No
we still
way.
find one anyway. They got to still find a perfect shots through onto Hamodi, but will they be successful? The zone still, the meanwhile, Tarzan moving in. But nevertheless, it will be RTG that fall down in second, and GUNZ take the chicken.
Oh, you know what? It's those small things, right? If Marshall happened to have a smoke on top of the death crate and then get to heal up, that would be a very different game. But you can see those nades been very, very strong in this lobby. And it's one thing, right? An area of skill that really separate the different level of players. And what a brilliant game by RTG. I know they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they fought their way through. They used their utilities well. They timed their rotation, of course, just sprayed down so many enemies.
I think overall it was beautiful stuff coming through from RTG, nevertheless, to survive across that fence, to survive against all of the other squads, Tarzan. And it will be interesting to see that summary of the game, of course, because keep in mind it was GUNZ who, yes, you didn't have all of the kills, but they had the position, they played for those placement points, but still it is that mega win. 14 kills, the second place, 26 points in total going through to RTG in his first game alone.
Yes, of course, and you can see this type of circle really tests the styles of the teams. You really want to not just have one fixed style, because I've heard this thing too many times that we're an edge team, center team, or whatnot. No, it's about being adaptive. Right? You need to be able to pace it differently according to not just how the circle looks like on paper. It's about the landscape. It's what's inside that circle more than ever. So like these things really test these players, and this game was amazing. It's a great way to start the PMPL Arabia.
PMPL Arabia getting off to a hot start, and I think it is only going to be even more exciting matches to come, because keep in mind the hottest map of them all, Miramar, will be up next, Tarzan, here, where we will be able to see you later on and see you after the break to be getting on to the fray of that one, and we will see you guys in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Arabia 2021 Spring Split, where we just saw the first game of the entire competition, and it was GUNZ who took the chicken dinner victory. And not only am I joined by Tarzan, we also have beautiful sponsor Nemo TV, the official media partner of PUBG Mobile Pro League National Cup Campus Championship in 2021. In Tarzan, these are all the competitions we get to know and love, and this is a competition we are here loving so far. A beautiful and difficult first zone we had.
Very, very, not just first zone, every bit is just so tricky for these teams. And you can see how, like, they need to think through so many of those basics of the game, right? Do we take our cars or not? Do we challenge this bridge? Right? Do we go through it then? If we do, when and how? So many things that is testing these players in the basics, the ultimate basics of the game, right? On all those timing, but we can see there's definitely some strings coming through already, in particular for RTG Esports.
Is we're going to go in game already, guys. For the second one, Miramar is going to be the second one on the board. It is already getting hot and spicy. The playing path, as you can see, already coming down upon us, and these teams are dropping down onto the desert dunes in a kind playing path once again. But I am not taking anything for granted right now. We saw a kind playing path in game number 1, and we saw how that turned out.
And I love the fact that it complements that playing path. This phase 1 circle will go all the way up north, and you can see so many of them just love these positions. Hacienda packed, Saint Martin really crazy, contested Cruz del Val. I would love to have some of this action, but that means they will be accessed, and maybe third parties from these main roads through from the southern side is a very nicely distributed mirror map that we have at the moment. Look at all those colors on that beautiful desert on the top right.
Tarzan, Oasis is still here though. I mean, between you and me, this is the place that these teams need to go, and I would love to see this zone for once in my PUBG Mobile life. Please shift over to the Oasis.
I think it's a very interesting part of the map. Like, needs a little bit more love. I think it's a brilliant halfway point, right, to loot and grab some resources if it keeps going to that top side of that map, because we know a lot of these teams just rotate maybe all the way from Campo Militar through like Tor Akumada. If they feel like they want to still play the north side, they just go to La Cuberia, and I think it's a little bit of a long rotation. There are many ways to go around it and to predict and control. So I think it's our love for the Oasis is not just the fact that they are new, but it's also the fact that they are underused. As we see some beautiful graphics coming through, and we will actually see ourselves back in here. And let's find out what's going on, as I still, get teased by the sun. Need some new blinds and stuff. So slide into my DMs if you want to follow us on our socials and give us some tips when it comes to not really like lighting, maybe some interior design. That is something that
do you know what it is? Do you know what it is?
Oh,
Tarzan?
You tell me.
It is like Miramar is coming down onto you. It is entering into your home.
And you know what? Like, now that we are waiting for that screen to come back, I feel like there is something that we need to talk about, right? It's sometimes just a mentality thing. Like, of course, we would expect to keep going in terms of that, but things do happen. It seems like there's something when it comes to the game, and we've just gotten that info from the production team is going to be a remake. So you know what? Those information that they can take from that, I don't know, 3 minutes of that game is actually very useful.
Oh,
maybe they would think it's a contested drop. Someone's fighting Cruz del Val with us. Do we actually still go there, right? So it may be a dignity thing. It may be, it's really down to them if they want to control their aggressions with the limited amount of info they got from that plane path. The small things, the number of players on that plane that allow them to hypothesize where the enemies will be. That can still be used. That can still be used when we get the remake and hop back onto this brilliant map. I love Miramar, man. And not just Miramar, give me that Oasis once again. And maybe you would love to not see me like a chocolate. There we go. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your patience. And I hope I do look good enough for you.
I mean, to be fair, we love chocolate, we love you, Tarzan, but we, as we say, will be a remake through. So we will just be with us a few minutes longer. I know you wanted guys to get into the game, but Miramar will have to wait just a few moments longer. And while we have a few moments to talk here, we do have to speak about not just the victors of the first game, where we saw, of course, GUNZ Esports taking such an incredible win, but incredible amount of kills going through to RTG, and as well to Falcons, the momentum going through out of that first match and into the second. It is the question if they can continue that road through.
I think it comes down to, a bit of that studying of enemy teams as well, because I know they, other than tournaments, of course, they've been playing scrims or whatnot. Like sometimes you even, know some of the players of the other teams because either previous teammates or you just clash in scrims again and again. So that preparation can go really, really extensive if you allow yourself to. And these things probably all got factored in to become what we see on the screen, right? How even the smallest adjustment in split, right, can really cover up a whole formation when it comes to that early game and then really set the tone from there.
I think as well, on the other hand, yes, we've had success from those top three teams, but you look at the bottom of the leaderboard, Tarzan. Unfortunate for them, Fanatic Zombies and Fate Esports down as those bottom two teams. And when you talk about good momentum traveling through into the next games, what would you say? And I know you're being in IGL. Yes, you're a bit retired from that now. What would you say to your team if you're going in now to the second game? You've had not the greatest start. You had quite a difficult zone. How do you perk your members up?
I think to answer the question, we kind of need to assume, first of all, that an IGL or the management of the team, just the infrastructure, knowing the characters of the players, right? They just work differently. Some of them are just fine, like by themselves. Some of them may take a little bit more help, right, to make sure that they don't feel too low coming from there. And the thing is to figure out what's the optimal style and that works for that player first, then as a team, right? Then you find the right words, paste them back in. How much do you want to look back into that game and say, hey, let's address this because we can fix it before the next game and can really help our chances. But we may want to keep some of those points, right, depending on the player. Some of these points may be better to be addressed after the whole day of this PMPL group stage play. And so these are very, very tricky. You gave me a big question there, but really comes down to that, like knowing how a player works, not just from the coach's perspective, manager or IGO perspective, for the players to see that within themselves as well. Like they need to be their own coach sometimes. They need to know how they work or think, oh, maybe I didn't do this warm up, I didn't stick to my routine, I didn't sleep enough. Obviously very hard to nap in between, but all these things will slowly build up. After all, this is a few good weeks, right, of a marathon, as I have me battling with daylight. It's just such a weird thing, man. Thank you so much, and production to help me adjust or whatnot. And this is the thing: you just adjust. Look at me, boom. Too much, then you just go back. If not, you just keep it there. And it's important to have fun, guys. Important to have fun. If you just forget about that, sometimes things just slowly slip away between your fingers.
Yeah, especially in such a high level of competition, you do need to chill, you need to sit back, relax a little bit, even if you're not having the greatest of games. But when we talk about these players and we talk about these teams, we should also mention about which teams will be competing in this second match as well, Tarzan, as we do prepare for that remake to come through. Keep in mind, it will just be a few minutes. We will get on to Miramar maps once again, but it will be Group A, B, C, and E. So we should take a little bit of a moment in time to keep in mind that Group D, Fate, Zombies, Real Tiger 9, and FalconsEsport not anymore going to be ones competing in this game. So for the likes of Falcons to continue that streak, and for the likes of Fate there to make their run back, they will have to wait to Erangel once again in match number 3. But this is also a chance for 4 more teams to show their strengths. Arab GSG, RICO Infinity Team, Alpha Legends, and SUDOR Esports all going to jump on into the action.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of hype coming through from the teams from Group E, in particular Alpha Legends and Arab GSG. I mean, GSG, huge organization. They don't only have the Arabian team, they've got one that will compete in the PMPL Europe West as well. So like the support that comes through from the infrastructure, or how they sometimes rotate players around if they think that increase their chances, are very, very interesting, I'd say.
I think overall it will be very exciting to see what these teams can muster. We said, of course, Alpha Legends, one of those teams already we mentioned to be able to come through is that veteran squad, that veteran lineup, to see how they can fare, because some of these squads did look very scary indeed. And I'm also wanting to see a little bit more there from Galaxy Racer, because keep in mind, Galaxy Racer came down in 9th position in our first match. They do have a second chance here to show us what they are made of, but this wasn't the dominant showing that I would expect to see out of an Indian team. And yes, they've had an 8-month slumber, but like Beauty and the Beast, what was the nursery rhyme? I'm not very good with these, but the ones that were slept for 100 years and then they kiss and then they wake up and it's like, oh, we're awake now, we're able to survive. Like, this is exactly what they need to do. This is exactly what they need to be able to achieve here going through, because I think overall they did find themselves stuck on that northern side and not really with the answers to the equation on how to get in.
We just need a bit more data, to be fair, from this team, and sometimes many things go behind the scene, like we mentioned. Maybe there's small technical issues or whatnot, so do bear in mind for everyone who's watching, right? When it comes to pro play, there's more than just logging in or whatnot. There's certain systems that you have to, use on your phone, and you have to get in for a particular time. But you know what? They will eventually fix those things. They will get used to it, and we're used to, kind of just flow, going with the flow, as we will be going back to this brilliant map of Miramar very soon.
Miramar are going to be up next as we will travel back over to the dunes, and this time it will be a plane path going across the northern side of Miramar itself, over from Al Azhar all the way over to the trailer park, and similar for these teams to really take through. I think for those who did drop, of course, around that northeastern side, for those who dropped around the edge of Hacienda de Patron, San Martin, not going to have to worry. But for those who did want to drop down on the likes of Chumacera and below, is going to have a little bit of driving involved to get back onto that compound.
It's very interesting because it allows these teams to go back to these northern parts that they showed interest in earlier, although it was just purely a few minutes, and there was actually a pretty low interest on the southern side. So with this plane path, right, some of these teams who love to go to El Port, or even all the way to Trailer Park and Ruins, they can still access that part. So we're expecting, not just because it's a northern plane path that will have very northern distribution, is that teams intend to maybe stay there, right? They don't want to go to anywhere too far or whatnot, but this is very interesting to see how that opened up a position like Cruzaval. It was contested just now. Now no one's willing to touch it.
Right now, it's like, we don't want to go there anymore. We saw people drop further in that compound, and we want somewhere else to play for. In fact, speaking of places to play for, 2 teams going to be outside on the Ruins compound itself. So that will be an interesting decision to see how they continue their move through. But not only on that, but moving through GXR as well later on, down towards that center of the zone, could be quite contentious between both of these squads and that third party, as we do see that zone enter around Monte Nuevo.
And I think we are going to have these crazy phase 1 circles, right? I mean, it kind of complements the later half of the plane path, but also no, right? How often can you say that the center of the circle is more western than Montenuevo? But that is basically in the center because that really most western part of that map, that 30% is just unplayable. There's no way for you to get on. But there's one thing that may change it, right? I need to test it as well. I know I'm the professor. I need to do this experiment because we've got these gliders now. Right? Can I fly on top onto those bits? And that's something that I would love to test. I will do that test myself. And but it's probably very unlikely, right? But we can see the congestion may come through on that eastern side just based on how this phase 1 circle is. So Picado can be volatile. Same for that Picado and San Martin Hill. We talk about that plateau position time and time again. I think this is where we may get some of those early kills.
I think, yes, that is a center spot for teams moving in, but also later on, when you look to El Pozo, down to that road actually to Minnesota, even towards the south side of this zone, and Chumacera there as well, completely untouched, you do have to anticipate that that zone can shift further down, so it could go away from the majority of these teams, and I wouldn't be surprised to see quite wide rotations early on from some squads to move down towards that southeastern side, to be able to move then actually towards those uncontested compounds and have a much cleaner way through into the future of this second game.
Yeah, and I love this ruins drop. How I don't really see it. I don't think I've ever had the camera on when it comes to these big tournaments to be over here. And it's so interesting to see as a contested drop. That means we are assuming teams to be expert of this part of the map, right? Know every structure, know the splits within which is the strongest building. It's not just that. How about vehicle spawns, rotation paths? Plans B and C, as you can see, is usually these things that we look out for because it's very unlikely, right, on this map to be dropping to such an edge position and not need to rotate. But we have that first not coming through in this full lobby that we have, and this is Loyal's easy coming in to finish the first kill of this game.
Loyal's going to take down one of HLA already, and you can see HOTLINE Esports, unfortunately for them, sent to the trio, but they will equalize the scoreboard for now. Arthur's not going to be able to find one in return, so it will be the 3-for-3 current situation, but for HOTLINE, they are two members together, so this does make it slightly easier for Loyal to be able to move their way through later on. But I think for Loyal, the fact that this key player of HOTLINE inside that 4 stack is going to be so crucial. Molto, if they fall, I think the entire side of HOTLINE Esports falls on its feet. But if they can find a picks, this could maybe swing in favor to HOTLINE.
Oh, it's tricky. I think when it comes to this, it's a little bit like, not exactly, right? Of course, a different city, but the Chumacera situation. Sometimes you pick a side, one side that has, a relative high ground or whatnot with more rotation options when the other side is just being looked at, even from a third-person peek perspective. And this is already, very, very merciful by the gods of PUBG, because how often can you say that you're going to hot drop in ruins and you only need to rotate 300 meters into next circle? That is crazy, right? So given that extra bit of time, more than these players should expect right here in ruins, is going to be still a bit of a standoff, and it can get a little bit annoying.
Much needed time here, I think, as well, considering, of course, the fact that they are going to be up against each other. HOTLINE are sandwiched between the members of Loyal, but you can see down at the bottom, YaLLa looking to try find that support. You can see the second member moving those smokes through, blinding the vision of HOTLINE. Is also easy will look to come in for the pincer formation. It will be HOTLINE to move their way further towards, and I think they have actually spotted out YaLLa's. Easy not in the fight, and this could be them getting contested down on the ground. Is HOTLINE move towards together as the trio?
And I think this is time. This is about time to really wrap around and also find the balance between ending this fight as well as grabbing those vehicles, because, I know teams won't be around here, but when it comes to the actual team fight tactics in here, You have so many more options if you use the surrounding landscape and not just the buildings within the city, right? But it's such an interesting experience for us as well to cast like some fights happening in this ruins part. And you know what? The loot is actually pretty rich and is better than people think. And this is the thing that I like, going to these new bits of the map, because it does take a lot of effort, by the developers to create these new parts.
But keep in mind what is coming behind them. That is the blue zone, and that icy cold blue field of death is going to consume all of these players. And yes, it's only phase 1, but keep in mind that teams not going to be wanting to use too much of the utilities at the moment. And the longer they keep this prolonged fight going, the worse it's going to be for both of these teams in total.
And I think the bigger issue is like the next bit of power position along the western side could be really far down, so they don't really want to rotate late. Otherwise, would they get those positions contested, or they would just be, the prey of those teams who were there proactively and get to set up. We'll first have a little bit of crash. Rad is trying to spray down Phobia from sight.
SCYTES Esports won't be able to find any from Rad onto them, but it will be SCYTES on the other hand who will take one clean 3 easy one from Rad. Delhap will go down, and that's going to be the first of the fight, as well as Shansi going back to the ruins. HOTLINE have lost another easy, rotated their way down to the northern end of ruins. So yes, they go further into zone, but the angle allows them to find that crucial pick onto a second, allowing their Flare Loyal to have a little bit of more center control. But as they go for the first, Moto, this core player for the squad of HOTLINE, has found the return easy. Not Arthur going to be the one of the remaining duo. YaLLa's not quite into this fight, not quite into this engagement. It's going to be Arthur going in as a solo play, but this might be a bit over aggressive. Yes, you try to save easy. Yes, you try to use easy as that bait, and hopefully don't check behind you, but you can also see YaLLa's under heavy fire from the other side. Is also there, Arthur closing in, trying to pinch down. They found one. It's just going to be one more left. They dip back down for the moment. Moto is still up, this core player for HOTLINE, but can they finish it off? Now in the deficit, easy going to be firsted through. That'll be the second kill. YaLLa's going in for the drive in towards the center, looking to try close in the gap more.
Down to 2 bandages as well as the situation with Arthur. No further boost either. So this is why sometimes it's not the way to do it. Like, I understand you get these early kills, but at what cost? And this is them getting punished for this, and the last player standing may just get to bleed out maybe, and that is going to be a 1v1. Both teams got 3 kills, but are you guys actually happy with this? I am not sure. I'm entirely doubtful when it comes to this.
This is a lot of utility going to be used here, as it will be HOTLINE now being smoked up, being burned down, forced behind a rock, but YaLLa's and both Moto do a bit of healing, but YaLLa's just scoured back up, but it will be YaLLa's as well, not to be able to take down Flare Loyal. It'll be HOTLINE to send them packing, but as well, the fact that HOTLINE go down, the zone finished them off, Tarzan. It is just 1-for-1. Both teams eliminate themselves.
And it's just crazy. That last bit there, you thought you won the fight, but you got taken down so low because the fight was so close that you are just straight up out. I've never been so, how should I say this? I shouldn't say happy, because that makes me a terrible person. But when we make this point where you keep doing this, right? Is it worth it? You're both hurting each other. To see them basically end each other at the same time, that is helping me prove a point, right? But I do understand. I respect that, because sometimes it's just very hard to retreat out from there. And but when it comes to the circle, very, very interesting. We've got multiple high grounds, like surrounding El Pozo. We've got that hill, very typical, that you can spiral up all the way. That is to the east. We also have those church positions that you can work through from the north of El Pozo. Of course, we also have GUNZ, right? Winning that game, of course, not with the highest amount of points, holding one of the strongest points in this circle, as we have an El Pozo finish, maybe completely untouched as well. So that will add a lot of spice to this final zones.
I think as well, knowing that these teams coming from the south side, as you can see, one of them, Fanatic Zombies, back as a full squad, very welcome receiving back as a full power, and see what they can be able to bring to the table here, because it will be those on the bottom, SUDOR Esports, needing to make that ascent up, making that ascent through closer towards the center of the zone, because they are, of course, 500 meters out. There is some driving to be done, but you don't imagine teams to be able to take each other out anymore. We do assume that the remaining 14 will make it through into this second phase scot-free, as both of these squads will just pack their bags, close in towards the center.
I think it's a very tricky circle. Like when it comes to having a city, but with surrounding high ground to look towards you, we will see quite a few of these situations where teams that get set up on the East Mountain will start spraying down into the teams that try to contest it, and the teams who try to, fight these positions realize, okay, we can't go for it, so they would just crash straight into El Pozo, and that is itself is an issue, because if you are going to claim some hard covers in a big city like El Pozo, you're doing it reactively, right? So the parking of the vehicles probably won't be as optimal. When you go in, you don't really know whether that's how you want to split within the city, and you will see more and more of these scrappy fights and knocks along that rotation. But for now, we've only lost one player other than those two teams that we've seen lost their lives earlier.
Fanatic Zombies going to be driving straight in onto SCYTES. SCYTES once again looking like they might just be caught pinched in a difficult position off the edge of Monte Nuevo, off the edge of the zone. 100 meters still to go for all of them, but Fanatic Zombies, they are tasting blood, and they won these brains of snipers. Marco is on their own, and the horde is closing in. Mexico from the one side, the smoke all the way into the front door on the other. Marco staying quiet for now, maintaining that silence, maintaining the most possibility for Fnatic not to notice them.
I think these are the patience that we're talking about. It's so important, but also the mentality from Fnatic to say we should clear this out first. As they come in, the reaction was not good enough, but then this is Marco making that maneuver, but that would give away that sound within 10 meters. That proning action can be really picked up by the beautiful ears of Banana, as they take two more before they need to enter further from the southern edge.
As that zone shifts over to the eastern side, one of those caught on the difficult spot outside of the zone. Galaxy Racer up against the chicken dinners of the first match. Winners, GUNZ Esports, they will be overlooking them. But Galaxy Racer, they move their way down, but just straight into more fire, as it will be NASR to take MJ out of the equation. Down to the trio, Ultron Duaz and Max Cash. They will need to stop this rotation as well from the backside. NASR going through the blue zone, going to tank a little bit for that safety as the fire goes down, but they can't find anyone. NASR get through. Clean 4 members in. Ultron and Cove are going to need to also move in, because NASR, what we're going to be looking for now, Tarzan, is to make that wide rotation and actually cut those teams off later on.
It's going to be really hard to establish those shot stops and scouting spots as they make the progressive wide rotation, though, because some damage has been done already. For someone to have sprayed you down, to chip away that vehicle health can make it so much harder to get in later on, and that new circle is just so dreadful. Teams may want to opt in to play these hills on the outskirt, but they will first need to battle it through before some of these. Actually, I would expect them to take some of these hay bales in that middle, but look at these important fights right on this edge, because everyone wants to play the hill.
SUDOR up against Galaxy Racer at the moment across the hill. Spy down on each other as also keep in mind snipers did to their fall down out of the match in 14th position, but 0 kills puts them in last overall at the moment. The extra kills going over from both HOTLINE and from Ludus. NASR Fanatic Zombies, they stand for the moment still. Fanatic Zombies 2-1 here. As NASR send in the explosion, stand in the nays. The firepower not going to hit anyone at the moment. Hassan checking the ground floor, and now they move their way up. The grenade gets struck in return, but Banana won't find anything for the moment. And NASR hold firm.
It's a little bit of a weird situation. It will turn out to be all about CQC and the pickups of audio cues, because we can see NASR got one player who got choked behind somewhere on rotation, and the last one is just sending in here with really limited angles to Overwatch.
Usage once again was at its peak, but अब बाकी प्लेयर्स आ चुके हैं NASR के, बट वो भी स्पॉटेड हैं। तो अब देखते हैं कि यहाँ पर किस तरीके से फाइट होती है। एक मॉली काफी अच्छे तरीके का किया जरूर गया था, बनाना के ऊपर वो मॉली लग चुका है, पर वो मॉली के एरिया से थोड़ा सा पीछे आ चुके हैं, मतलब ज्यादा डैमेज उनको मोलोटॉव नहीं दे पाएगा। मीनवाइल अल्ट्रॉन वहां पर फिनिश ऑफ हो जाते हैं प्ले जोन के द्वारा। सो एक और यहाँ पर प्लेयर जरूर जाता हुआ नजर आएगा। इनफैक्ट टीम हमें जाती हुई नजर आएगी 13th पोजीशन पर। गैलेक्सी रेसर्स का एलिमिनेशन होता हुआ आज का दिन, मैं बोलूंगा हम मानते हैं कि टीम्स को एक दूसरे को परखने का, समझने का दिन है, बट जल्दी से जल्दी ऑब्वियसली इनको पॉइंट्स बटोरने पड़ेंगे आने वाले गेम्स में।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल करना ही पड़ेगा किसी तरीके से, बट फिलहाल बनाना यहाँ पे काफी अग्रेसिव होना चाह रहे हैं, क्योंकि हैज नो अदर ऑप्शन। एक प्लेयर को बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से नॉक किया, दूसरे प्लेयर को भी नॉक करना चाहेंगे, बट उससे पहले नेड आता हुआ काफी लो हो चुके हैं। बट एट द सेम टाइम बनाना की कोशिश काफी बेहतरीन थी, बट उनको डाउन कर दिया गया। आखिरी प्लेयर यहाँ पे बचे थे और वो भी फिनिश हो गए।
बिल्कुल, वो भी फिनिश यहाँ पर हुआ। फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ जो एक टाइम पर बहुत बेहतरीन मोमेंटम के साथ बाकी टीम्स पर रश कर रहे थे, उनका यहाँ पर एलिमिनेशन देखने को मिला। साथ के साथ सुडोर ई-स्पोर्ट्स का भी एलिमिनेशन देखने को मिला है और iKURD ई-स्पोर्ट्स का भी एलिमिनेशन देखने को मिला है। 9 टीमें जस्ट अभी बची हुई हैं। AWM यहाँ पर रैगनार इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। देखते हैं कि क्या वो इस रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को काफी बेहतरीन तरीके से इस्तेमाल कर पाते हैं या नहीं, क्योंकि ये मैप बना है तो सिर्फ इस गन के लिए, क्योंकि इस गन के जो हेडशॉट्स रहते हैं काफी सूदिंग हो सकते हैं।
जी हाँ, मैंने इनफैक्ट अगर आप AWM की बात कर रहे हैं तो अल्फा रहमान काफी अच्छा प्रयोग करते हैं उस वेपन का। हमने देखा है क्लोज रेंज पे भी ऑम चला लेते हैं, इतने बेहतरीन प्लेयर है। बट फिलहाल देखना पड़ेगा वो अभी जिंदा है या नहीं, क्योंकि कुछ ही देर पहले मैंने उनको किल फीड पे नॉक होते हुए देखा था। और यस, देयर यू कैन सी टीम अल्फा के सारे प्लेयर्स अभी भी जिंदा है। इनफैक्ट स्कैटर राउंड हो रहे, एक बहुत ही अनकंफर्टेबल सिचुएशन में जोडी रजूल के काफी करीब जाते हुए अब फाइट जरूर लेना चाहेंगे। जोडी ने कोशिश जरूर अच्छी करी थी, बट एट द सेम टाइम उनको नॉक डाउन कर दिया गया। इनफैक्ट केओस भी नॉकआउट हो चुके हैं, काइटो को भी अबूद ने डाउन कर दिया। साइट्स और अल्फा रहमान, अल्फा लेजेंड्स के बीच में जो फाइट चलते हुए यहाँ पे साइट्स बहुत ही बेहतरीन बढ़त लेते हुए आखिरी प्लेयर रहमान बचे। क्या यहाँ पे कुछ कमाल दिखा सकते हो?
एक आखिरी प्लेयर, वो भी सर्कल के बाहर अभी के लिए, उनको जोन में भी जाना पड़ेगा। पीछे आप देख सकते हैं सर्कल आ ही रहा है, उसके साथ साथ साइड्स के प्लेयर्स काफी बेहतरीन फाइट बना ही चुके हैं। जोन का एज है उनके पास, पीछे हिल का कवर है उनके पास, तो उनके हिस्से में ये फाइट काफी हिस्सों में जा सकती है, काफी बेहतरीन तरीकों से जा सकती है। पर रहमान भी यहाँ पर किसी कम नहीं होना चाहिए, वो उन स्मोक्स के थ्रू अपना पाथवे बना रहे हैं। मीनवाइल घोस्ट दूसरे एरिया पर देख रहे हैं, पर अब उनको समझ में आ चुका है कि अगर वहां पर स्मोक्स हुए हैं मतलब कोई ना कोई प्लेयर हो सकता है। 2 अलग अलग एरिया पर स्मोक्स थे और उसी का यहाँ पर फायदा उठाते हुए रहमान हल्का सा आगे आकर के ले चुके हैं। तो ऑब्वियसली वहां पर है जरूर, वो एनिमी साइड करके लोकेशंस बता सकते हैं, परंतु केओस को वहां पर फिनिश जरूर किया गया था रजूल के द्वारा। रहमान भी स्पॉटेड है। एक गलत पीक यहां पर रहमान का एग्जिट और टीम का एग्जिट बना सकती है लॉबी से।
जी, और यहाँ पे जरूर एलिमिनेट बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि मात्र एक ही पॉइंट उनको मिलेगा पोजीशन का, तो किल्स भी ज्यादा यहाँ पे नहीं निकाल पाए हैं। और अल्फा लेजेंड्स का ये पहला गेम है, तो ऑफ कोर्स चाहेंगे कि एक अच्छा पोजीशन निकाल सके, बट यहाँ पे रहमान को बहुत ही पेशेंटली यहाँ पे गेम खेलना पड़ेगा, उनको वेट आउट करना पड़ेगा। बट नहीं, बहुत ज्यादा अग्रेसिव हो चुके हैं, ऑलरेडी साइड्स के एक प्लेयर को गिरा चुके हैं, नॉक कर चुके हैं, और चाहते हैं कि और 2-3 प्लेयर्स को भी यहाँ पे चकमा दे दे। बट फिलहाल घूस ने उनको एक एंगल से स्पॉट किया, उनको डाउन किया, और इसी के साथ टीम अल्फा लेजेंड्स इस गेम से बाहर।
खैर अब जिस हिसाब से ये फाइट्स बन रही हैं, 60 टीमें बची हैं, 25 लोग जीवित जरूर हैं, एनएसआर के प्लेयर स्पॉटेड हैं भी और उनको टेक डाउन किया भी जा रहा है धीरे धीरे। रैगनार यहां पर अपनी एडब्ल्यूएम से जरूर वहां पर स्कोप इन करके बैठे हुए हैं किसी को स्पॉट करने के लिए। यदि कोई स्पॉट हो जाता है काफी बेहतरीन रहेगा। और आप गन्स के प्लेयर्स की बात कीजिए, एक बार फिर से जोन में एक अच्छा एरिया वो होल्ड करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं, जोन के एज पर हैं, लेकिन रात के प्लेयर्स खैर यहां पर कहीं ना कहीं दिक्कतें दे सकते हैं। प्रेस्टीज हल्का सा पीछे गया, रैगनार उस एरिया पर, ये जो स्मोक्स हैं ये न्योता देते हैं बाकी टीम्स को ऑब्वियसली अपने ऊपर फाइट लेकर के आने का, और वही ग्रेनेड्स वहां पर इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। डैमेज हल्का फुल्का आ जरूर रहा है।
जी आई थिंक अपने बैकलाइंस को सिक्योर कर रहे हैं स्मोक्स के बदौलत, क्योंकि बैकलाइंस आप देख सकते हैं काफी ज्यादा ओपन है। फिलहाल यहाँ पे देशा पुश ऑफ करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बट होटल ने काफी बेहतरीन स्प्रे डाउन करा, उनको एक प्लेयर को जरूर नॉक किया, बट साथ ही साथ मुनीर ने काफी अच्छा कवर फायर दिया। अभी मुनीर यहाँ पे अग्रेसिव होते हुए यहाँ पे चाह रहे हैं कि जोन आई थिंक स्मोक के अंदर घुस के किसी को डाउन करे। ऑलमोस्ट टॉमी गन को जिस तरीके से इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए वो कर रहे थे, स्प्रे एंड प्रे कर रहे थे, बट एट द सेम टाइम रैगनार बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से बाहर निकल के उनको नॉक किया और उनको फिनिश भी करते चले गए।
GUNZ स्पोर्ट्स भी इसके साथ साथ एलिमिनेट हो चुके, 6 टीमें यहां पर बची जरूर है। अबूद पीछे के एरिया पर हैं, जरूर देखते हैं किस प्रकार से वो ये फाइट ले पाते हैं, यदि फाइट उनके हिस्से में आते हैं। और साइड्स के प्लेयर्स, ये उनका गेम काफी बेहतरीन बन सकता है, ये वो शुरुआत हो सकती है जो वो करना चाहेंगे। पर बोलते ही बोलते अबूद वहां पर टेक डाउन हो चुके हैं। फोबिया लेकिन एक ऑफ एंगल बना करके कवर देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने एक प्लेयर को टेक डाउन किया जरूर है, उसके साथ साथ रेक्स भी जाते हुए नजर आ चुके हैं उनको। देखते हैं किस हिसाब से फाइट साइड्स के हिस्से में जाती है। पर जीएससी को देखिए, वो काफी बेहतरीन तरीके से अपने लिए कवर्स बना रहे हैं, वो गाड़ी को ब्लास्ट ऑफ करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन उसी के साथ उसी ब्लास्ट ने जोरो को भी टेक डाउन कर लिया है। और साइड्स के प्लेयर्स ये किल्स जो है बटोरने की शुरुआत अपने हिस्से में करने की कोशिश करेंगे। और अब जीएससी इसके साथ ही एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं, और रैगनार काफी लो एचपी पर है जरूर, पर अभी भी उनका हौसला बुलंद है यहां पर किल्स बटोरने के लिए।
जी हाँ, और इनफैक्ट टीम रिको काफी बेहतरीन खेल रही है, और आरटीजी के प्लेयर्स लास्ट गेम में भी हमने देखा था काफी बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन था उनके प्लेयर्स का, बट इस बार थोड़ा सा सीन अलग लग रहा है। बट एल चापो किसी भी तरीके से बच के निकल ही रहे थे और उनको इंस्टेंटली डाउन कर दिया गया। पूरी बात आते यहाँ पे मार्शल के ऊपर, क्या वो अपने प्लेयर्स को सही टाइम चलते रिवाइव दे पाएंगे, और अगर दे भी दिए तो क्या सर्कल के अंदर वापस आ पाएंगे। देखिए यहाँ पे स्मोक्स भी हट चुके हैं, यहाँ पे प्लेयर्स काफी ओपन में आ चुके हैं। मार्शल आखिरी इकलौते प्लेयर बचे हैं यहाँ पे अभी रोड टू ग्लोरी के, बट पीछे भी अब लोग देख सकते हैं टीम रात के एक मात्र प्लेयर वो भी जिंदा थे, सदात, उन्होंने उनको फिनिश करा, और इसी के साथ टीम आरटीजी भी इस गेम से हो चुकी है बाहर।
अब ये बात आ जाती है 4 वर्सेस 2 की, जिसमें साइड्स के एक प्लेयर को रिवाइव चाहिए जरूर, बट एनएसआर 10 स्किल्स है उनके पास, उनमें से नबो के पास 5 स्किल्स है अकेले। ये प्लेयर बहुत बेहतरीन मोमेंटम पर चल रहा है, बट ये 4v2 स्कर्मिश कहीं ना कहीं दिक्कतें लेकर के आ सकती है। अपने लिए एक अच्छी लूट यहाँ पर क्रेट्स के थ्रू बना सकते हैं, कवर्स अपने लिए बनाए जा सकते हैं, पर क्या नबो एक प्लेयर को टेक डाउन कर पाएंगे? फोबिया के ऊपर शॉट्स लिए जरूर गए थे, काफी लो उनको किया जा चुका है। अब बात फिर से उसी चीज की आती है, गोस्ट को यहाँ पर रिवाइव मिल चुका है, वो अपने लिए फर्स्ट एड लगाना चाहेंगे, फर्स्ट एड लगा चुके हैं। वंस अगेन एक 4v2 स्कर्मिश, NASR इनके पास स्किल्स है पर सर्कल नहीं है, प्लेयर्स नहीं है। ये गेम साइड्स के हिस्से में जा सकता है पूरा का पूरा।
जी हाँ, पूरा का पूरा जा जरूर सकता है, बट एनएसआर को अगर यहाँ पे कोई भी मौका निकालना पड़ेगा तो 2 नॉक्स किसी भी तरीके से निकालने, और साथ ही साथ सर्कल के अंदर भी प्रवेश करना है। यहाँ पे अगर स्ट्रैटेजी रहेगा कि एक प्लेयर को आगे भेज दे, दूसरे प्लेयर अगर सैक्रिफिशियल रोल बैकलाइन से कवर फायर प्रोवाइड करने की कोशिश करे तो वो एक अलग बात हो सकती है। बट यहाँ पे टीम साइड्स के स्प्लिट को देखिए, 1-3 स्प्लिट पे रजूर यहाँ पे फ्लैंक एंगल्स पे आई गेस खेलने की कोशिश करेंगे, तो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है। बट कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लग रहा है ये गेम तो साइड्स के खाते में ही जाने वाला है।
काफी बेहतरीन तरीके से साइड्स के सारे प्लेयर्स जिंदा थे, और उसी की बदौलत उन्होंने ये एक अच्छा फॉर्मेशन बना रखा। आप देखिए सब प्लेयर्स तैयार हैं, जैसे ही यहां पर एनएसआर के प्लेयर्स बाहर आए, क्योंकि आप देख सकते हैं 7वां सर्कल चलना शुरू हो चुका है, इनको जोन में आना ही पड़ेगा, या फिर जोन के बाहर कितनी देर तक रह पाएंगे वो भी एक सवाल बन जाता है। खैर साइड्स के प्लेयर्स एक बहुत अच्छे मोमेंटम से अपने चिकन डिनर की तरफ बढ़ते हुए, और एनएसआर के प्लेयर्स के पीछे जो सर्कल आ रहा है वो उनको और ज्यादा दिक्कतें देने वाला है। लो सर्कल उनको टच कर चुका है, जोन के बाहर कितनी देर तक यहां पर रह पाएंगे एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल। फर्स्ट एड लगाएंगे, नहीं लगाने वाले हैं, उनको यहां पर प्ले जोन टेक डाउन करेगा। हसन वहां पर बचे जरूर हैं, उनकी जोन की फाइट एक अलग शुरू हो चुकी है, लेकिन कितनी देर तक? 7वां सर्कल है, फिर 8वां आएगा, फिर 9वां आएगा, तब तक उनके पास कितनी फर्स्ट एड बचेंगी ये भी एक सवाल बन ही जाता है। साइड की वजह से नो हिट के उनके सामने फाइट है, खुद को वॉली करके यहां पर खुद को एंड करने की कोशिश, सर्कल के बाहर गेम साइड्स के हिस्से में जाता हुआ, और वो बिल्कुल भी पॉइंट्स नहीं देना चाहते थे, ये साफ जाहिर होता था।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से टीम साइट्स ने ये चिकन डिनर निकाला। आई थिंक हमने साइट्स को देखा तब से उभरते हुए, जब स्टार्टिंग में ही रोटेट कर रहे थे प्लेयर्स। रजूर ने पहला किल निकाला, उसके बाद अल्फा रहमान और उनकी जो टीम के साथ, अल्फा लेजेंड्स के साथ उनकी फाइट जो हम लोग को देखने को मिली थी, वहां पे कहीं ना कहीं अल्फा लेजेंड्स के प्लेयर्स बिल्कुल अनजान थे कि टीम साइट्स वो एरिया को होल्ड कर रही है। वो अपना अलग से रास्ता नाप रहे थे, वो अलग से अपना रोटेशन उसको कहीं ना कहीं मुकम्मल करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। बट उसी क्षण यहाँ पे देख लिए कि चलिए ठीक है, टीम साइड से उनके बिल्कुल सामने फाइट तो लेना ही पड़ेगा। बट उसके बाद साइड्स ने वो फाइट को बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से अपने खेमे में लिया। उसके बाद सर्कल भी कहीं ना कहीं उन लास्ट को उनके फेवर में आ गया। तो बेहतरीन बेहतरीन गेम प्ले का प्रदर्शन। और साइड्स, जिस बात की हम लोग पुष्टि कर रहे थे कि ये एक ऐसी टीम है जो कि बहुत ही स्ट्रेटेजिक खेलना जानती है और आखिरी के सर्कल्स में वो निखर के आते हैं, तो यही चीज हम लोग को देखने को मिला और वो लेके गए यहाँ पे सेकंड चिकन डिनर।
बिल्कुल,
इनफैक्ट जो हमारे सेकंड मैप का सेकंड चिकन डिनर था, उनका तो
बिल्कुल,
पहला ही था, बट ऑफ कोर्स इट्स अ गुड
बिल्कुल।
स्टार्ट।
इट्स अ वेरी गुड स्टार्ट टू जस्ट लुक फॉरवर्ड टू किस तरीके से इन प्लेयर्स ने अपना गेम प्ले दिखाया और उसी के साथ साथ अग्रसर होते हुए चारों प्लेयर्स अगर आपके पास फाइनल सर्कल में जिंदा हैं तो आपको एक अच्छा मोमेंटम बूस्ट मिलता है। इस चीज का भी क्यों ना, अगर मैं
राइट।
नॉक भी हो जाए, आपको पता है कि 6 प्लेयर्स अलाइव है तो 4v2 ही रहेगा, ज्यादा 4v1v1 हो सकता है, बट उनको पता है कि सब प्लेयर्स एक ही डायरेक्शन से आ रहे हैं, मतलब 4v2 है। सो अगर एक प्लेयर नॉक हो भी जाता है उस टाइम पर 3 प्लेयर्स हैं, एक कोई रिवाइव दे सकता है, स्मोक्स की जा सकती है, उनके पास यूटिलिटीज भी अच्छी रहेंगी, सर्कल भी अच्छा है, तो साइड्स के हिस्से में ये गेम आराम से गया।
जी हाँ, इनफैक्ट मैं यहाँ पे तारीफ भी करना चाहूंगा टीम एनएएसआर की, क्योंकि आखिरी तक उन्होंने एक फाइट बनाए रखा। उन्होंने लाइक जोन के अंदर उनको काफी कड़ी कोशिश करनी पड़ी थी कि सर्कल के अंदर जा सके। उससे पहले काफी सारे फाइट्स भी निकाले थे, 10 किल्स इन्होंने निकाले थे और काफी बेहतरीन उन्होंने इनफैक्ट खेला भी था। बट अभी जैसे चीजें चल रही है, अभी जैसे हालात चल रहे हैं, तो ये 2 गेम्स खत्म हो चुके हैं, इसके बाद एक और गेम भी आने वाला है, तो देखना
बिल्कुल,
पड़ेगा उस गेम में कौन सा टीम चिकन डिनर लेता है।
बिल्कुल, वो वाला गेम हम ज़रूर देखते जाएँ कि उस वाले गेम के अंदर कौन-सी टीम चिकन डिनर लेती है, क्या गैलेक्सी रेसर्स उस गेम में अपना कमबैक कर पाएगी? क्या बाकी टीम, क्या साइड्स उस चीज़ को, अपने मोमेंटम को वापस से सेम रख पाएगी? सवाल बहुत सारे रहेंगे, लेकिन वही है कि जो जवाब निकल कर के आया वो तो कुछ मिनटों बाद जब अगला गेम शुरू होगा, उसके बाद जब गेम खत्म होगा, उसके बाद ही हमें ये सब चीज़ें देखने को और परखने को मिल सकती हैं।
जी हाँ, बट उससे पहले चलिए चलते एक छोटे से ब्रेक की तरफ, और ब्रेक के उस पार हम जरूर मिलेंगे नए मैच के साथ।
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMPL Arabia once again, where we've had 2 games down so far, 3 more games to go in our first day of competition, should I say, as it was SCYTES who took the chicken dinner victory over on Miramar. Of course, I am Heinrich Wolf, joined by Professor Tarzan, as always, for the action, and it was a beautiful match once again, but yet another tricky zone for all of these teams.
But you know what? There's one thing that I realized, right? The 2 teams that got the winner chicken dinner is not high up that leaderboard. Of course, we're trying to figure things out when it comes to production and all those graphics, but just to give you some idea, right now on rank 1, we've got RTG Esports at 38 points, followed by 34 points by NASR Esports, and none of them, got a chicken dinner.
It comes off those kills, so Tarzan is where it comes from. Because keep in mind, it was RTG who secured, I believe it was 14 kills off the first game alone. And then heading in as well, NASR, they as well have been able to muster a plethora of points consistently, I think, over these first 2 games. So it is those 2 teams to beat. But I think the chicken dinner nevertheless also brings them still up above the rest, because when we look at the bottom of the standings, right, where we look actually the side of Fate and SUDOR, these 2 teams still only 1 point, but barely off the starting line. So they're going to need to be able to really show up in these final 3 matches or 2 matches for them to be able to get those points back in and climb their way up, because of course, keep in mind, it's only the top 16 teams here, Tarzan, that will move through to the Super Weekend.
And I think you should expect yourself to be in there. I know there are past stories that are like, oh yeah, I've missed some Super Weekends, but we still made it to the finals. Like, yes, of course, that can happen, right? But when it comes to, only being one of the 4 bottom teams that didn't get to play it, you also miss out on, not just the practice, but the chance to grab those, prize money when it comes to winning a game, right? But when we're looking at these tables as well, right, we want to focus on the teams that have already played 2 games and still at the bottom, because that shows some, signs of maybe inconsistency. So a little bit of that insight now. So having played 2 games but got 2 points, we've got 3 teams. We have iKURD Esports, the SCYTES, and luckily we've got the Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, unfortunate for Galaxy Racer to be able to get off that starting post, but maybe they'll be able to pip down on a few teams to be able to execute them and bring those points back through with not only kills but also placement points, because Galaxy Racer, for I think the 2nd game in a row, Tarzan, we can say they did struggle in their positioning. They did get once again pinned by teams on their entrance into zone, and this does make you question Galaxy Racer's decision making when it comes to those difficult zones, to be able to make sure that they got that strong position, because as you see, a team that were beside them initially, NASR, were able to make that hard rotation. You saw it paid off for them so well, all the way up to that 3rd position by the end of that match. And we also need to keep in mind, not only that, but the fact that 4 of these teams will now no longer be playing in this 3rd match to Erangel. That will be Group C, which will be GUNZ Esports, NASR Esports, we just mentioned, iKURD Esports, and Fanatic Zombies. Not going to have the opportunity to up in Erangel this time around, but we will reintroduce back Group D, which will be Fate Esports, Zombies Esports, Real Tiger 9, and FalconsEsport back into the fray.
And I think it's always very interesting to see this type of arrangement and schedule, right? Like the preparation becomes very tricky, right? If I'm the perfect machine, like with all full information and data always on my mind, then it's very tricky to find out how to, maneuver and have a new game plan every game. But I believe that we may have the game going soon. So over to you, Highland Wolf.
As we will say, going into the game, born to win there. Welcome to this exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with a much loved Renault 5 series, and with this plane path going through from the south side to the north, Tarzan, it is going to be once again a very split and even plane path for these teams, but On the other end, I do not judge any of this playing pass to be kind. Alongside the zone, we have seen 2 already, and I expect this one to be no less the same.
You know what? I think vertical playing pass in the middle of this particular map is actually not as kind as people think. If you just look at how the drops are a little bit in that central band, right? Then you go through, if you go to the east or west, you see quite some open areas until you reach some of their favorite drops, like Georgia Pool off to the side, Yasnaya pretty to the side, Lepovka, Milton, Novozaki, you call it. And so this is nice when it comes to going through the middle, but it requires these teams to have good knowledge when it comes to vehicle spawns if they want to religiously go to the drop spots like Georgia Pool and Milton Power.
It's around that zone. It will be centralizing into the center, which means these teams, as a result, they don't have to worry about that South Island. You've got to imagine they will all be looking towards that center point of the map, over towards the school, in particular those hills. So we do see some initial kills coming through. Unfortunately, Sky's already losing 1 player off the back, and SUDOR will be able to take that one down on the south end. So already the Chicken Dinner Victor is down to just a trio.
Very rough start there, especially coming off a win on that Miramar game. And now they need to find a way in, because it seems like Rad is just very used to playing this split on that southern end of that eastern bridge. It made me wonder like how much loot they are actually going to have if they end up in center, but now they definitely can go through the bridge with priority, and they can find a spot maybe around Milta.
As we can see around that Georgia Pole compound, though, to the south here will be YaLLa looting themselves up. We often see teams here going to be fighting initially through for those points in this South Georgia Pole. We've seen teams on the North Georgia Pole side, but they are going to be slightly outside the zone, so we will have to move further in. And when we mentioned school in the center here, Tarzan, alongside it, apartments in this infamous set of compounds here, for the fact that in that central zone, it is going to be so open once again. So teams rotating around the inner circle of the play area really are going to have a slightly harder time.
And I think this phase 1 circle going just off to that east side means that some of these teams should use their positions, right, their drop spot, to claim some power spots very early on. Maybe they want to hold Potato Hill or those lumber area close to Shelter, between Shelter and Milta, I should say, or even that plateau to the north of Farm. So there are multiple options. If they are close enough, I feel like they should just set that up quick enough, but otherwise you may be one of those teams that go for a very wide position to loot up first, then you will have to thread that needle. YaLLa Esports, we mentioned their position. That drop really give them abundance of vehicles, but they need to find a way to start their actual looting phase. As they rotate through that coastline of Milta, they should be heading towards the Milta Power area to have some uncontested loot.
When we look at the side of Alpha Legends, they played 1 game already in that 14th position. Yes, they've only actually got 3 points. And what I think this really is telling me around the scoreboard right now, as you can see it on the top of your screen here of all these teams in the standings so far, it is actually very, very close. 1 good game, even 1 chicken dinner, 15 points currently, would land you actually in that 6th position where Rad currently stands.
And also important, right, our dear viewers, if you have that analytical brain as well, sometimes you need to figure out, okay, how many games have these teams played, right? So if you've been watching PMPL, you would notice that score doesn't always reflect the situation, because there's always some of these teams that have played fewer games compared to the other teams. But you know what, I'll leave that for you to figure out, and we'll definitely have a full picture after the whole day's gameplay.
T9 will be up to them here, Real Tiger 9, to be able to show us a little bit more. Keep in mind, they have only so far been able to play 2 games in, or 1 game, should I say, actually, excuse me. But the fact that they didn't do so hot on Erangel, only 1 point. And I think we do have to take Erangel in the first match with a little bit of a pinch of salt here, because it was so difficult. So many teams did get caught on the outskirts, and it really did allow some of those teams to really bolster their lead early on, because if they did have that good position, they could just snipe down onto multiple members. But when you look at this zone, it is much more even, and you do expect some of those teams down on the bottom of that leaderboard to be able to show their strengths, particularly when they haven't had the opportunity to play Miramar. They've already missed out on one of their 8 or one of 10 games in total, so they've actually going to not have so much opportunity for the rest of tonight to be able to pick up these points, which means overall you really do need to pick up a cluster of points in total, and Galaxy Racer, one of those teams, as we mentioned, still to do that, with this being their 3rd game already.
And I think, you know what, they that practice issue that we're talking about this team, and they need to. Okay, it's fine that you haven't played as much. Then there are ways that you have to maintain synergy, be it hanging out on the Discord or whatnot. There's certain ways, right? There's certain predictors that I would say to predict like how good a team can be. These synergy things do transcend beyond the game. Sometimes just hanging out, having some face cam, knowing how each other's doing. All those things are important, and it can make you come back into the game and just warm up through that ecosystem of the competitive scene better and quicker.
SCYTES are going to also be now centering up towards that North Island. Keep in mind, SCYTES already down to the trio. They will have to be very, very aware of the fact that they don't have as much options compared to the rest of these squads on their entrance, in the only team they have lost a player so far. And also there you can see snipers, as you can also see, only 2 points so far, and it does concern me, and it's so many teams at this point have been able to pick up minimal points. You're talking about 1, 2, 3 points out of 1, 2 games, even for some of them. The consistency down at the bottom is not consistency that you're looking for.
Oh, but it's just 2 games, right? Sometimes it's how their drop spot is in relation to the circle or whatnot, but that is also a half excuse, because if you have picked somewhere as your drop spot, you should know the pros and cons of it, you know how to rotate from it, you know the vehicle spawns around it, and you even know how to fight in it, because that is one thing that we've seen in the past for teams who have opted in for some drop spots that eventually have the circle closing towards it, but they just don't know how to outplay another team that on textbook, right? Like, should know less about that city compared to you.
As you can see, that zone are going to be shifting through towards the second phase, and it is going to shift further up, actually, in between the mansion and the school compound is the center. And interestingly enough, not only Yasnaya Polyana, but those Yasnaya fields down to the south also going to be in play, and it does make it a little bit trickier for some of these teams on their entrance in. And I also wouldn't be surprised to see some teams use that eastern coastline and actually use, while it is still available in only phase 2, the northern part of Erangel to move their way into Yasnaya Polyana in the north zone from there.
And I think progressive rotations really is the tone here, like knowing the map, slowly moving in from the eastern side with like dips or whatnot to slowly come closer to the mansion parts of the map is arguably easier, because if you're coming from that western side, we have those compounds between apartments and Yasnaya already, and a lot of those are choke spots, like teams might have set it up there. Once you go past a point, you have to take a U-turn to save yourselves. It's not easy, right? So I would expect these type of knowledge and rotation to come through from this caliber of play. For example, avoiding that 360 high ground compound that allow you to assess via flying cars as well off that west side of Mansion. I would expect these teams to not die to the side of Alpha Legends, who's holding that spot.
Well, you talk about dying is RTG, who had just found a revive from the knock. Zombies are edging their way up towards the tip of the hill. But it will be another knock from Zombies straight down onto another of RTG. And this is grenades being sent in further. As you can see, Senke knocked now from the off angle. Ali going to be one of these core players to extend the difficulty of this fight, but immediately shut down. So important for RTG to take that off angle out of the equation. Makes it so much easier for him to focus in on the rest of Zombies, but Zombies so focused, taking down Champo now as well. Sends him to the duo, and Zombies still deciding to come in from behind. The revive coming through from Ali will send it through to the full 4 members. Still only 3. Still need that revive on Chapo for RTG. So will be more grenades sent in from behind, more smokes. Zombies go over the hill. It will be Salah with such an aggressive rotation in. Zombies with break on the grenade, and they send even more knocks, even more firepower. They make the run for it, but RTG, can they make that successful disengage? All action stations to the retreat. Marshall going to be the only one left alive.
Oh, and you can see that as the experience they're coming from Zombies. They have not had good games, but RTG's been fragging, but they are under so much pressure. Zombies pulling up on the south side of the hill like they know it, like the back of the hand, really. The shot stops and stuff are beautiful. The nades are landing beautifully. Even that small maneuver jumping on that one rock, those are beautiful plays.
YaLLa gonna be in towards the edge of RICO Infinity team, and YaLLa, one of these teams that we said we really had to look out for, invited to the PMPL Arabia, but can they be able to show us why they were so promising going into this competition? That is still yet to be seen, as well as Fate joining back in from Group D as well. Did not have the best of games, keep in mind, in the first match. Fell down in 15th position, and they do look like they are in a promising position at this time around. Closer towards the center, not going to have to worry about playing on edge too much anymore.
I think like this type of circle, right? You just need to protect your vehicles for now, yeah. Like, and that is also about trying to mark these type areas of the map, like to know that you shouldn't even touch because you will just go into the danger zone based on another team's position. So these big brain plays, right? These safe rotations and shot stops for scouting, all these things should be demonstrated, as we know this part of the map close to a shelter, very, very tricky to go through, but we will first see a fight break out between YaLLa and the snipers.
Snipers already suffering 2 knocks, so is YaLLa only going to be 1? It still is the extra 2 members, though, from behind. Just keep in mind, it was 0-7, also going to fall out. That grenade will send them packing. Bandar from the inside is going to have to dodge out more grenade jammers from also the edge, looking to try find a little bit of a peek in, but the grenade sends them back into the smoke and separated away. Bandar surely will fall as well, whereas snipers, they're going to be able to find those extra revives, and a few excellent bits use of utility allow them now to increase their lead into YaLLa as those final 2.
Now, I'm thinking, I just need to use my memory. Maybe I'm getting old. Like, which team is the team that was here first to defend it? I feel like it might be YaLLa Esports, who didn't hold down the compound defense. So these things are so key. Like, hard covers are highly favored. But when you are in the compound first, you're supposed to set up in the way that you can capitalize on it. But maybe I'm assuming too much. It could be snipers doing the work when it comes to compound defense, but this is YaLLa needing to find the next pocket position that they can play off, and Sniper just looting those up, knowing the car sounds, giving it away. YaLLa need to retreat.
YaLLa down to the duo. Once again here, Tarzan. It seems like it will be history repeating itself, but here Galaxy in the open, in their own house, taking up home for now. As this zone edging its way through to phase number 3. Around, though, crucially towards the center, YaLLa controlling that island space of the zone, Tarzan. And this could be risky for them because as that zone shifts away from everyone, over to the north of Yasnaya feels not only is the zone going to be tricky, but that entrance in, because of how difficult it is to control that ridge line, and also how open the Crater Field or Yasnaya fields actually are going to have to use those dips in between the fields to great effect to be able to find some form of protection around the enemy teams.
Yeah, the barrel holes to the south of Yasnaya is so important in the circle. Good way to stay stealthy, very hard for other teams to scout for it. And I think for the teams that already have a spot in the circle, this is the type of rotation that you have to shift your focus towards the sites where teams are forced to wide rotate in, because there's so limited amount of compounds in here. Of course, some of them will just need to rely on a spray down in that mid-range. I think GSG is in a good spot. They can overlook those fields, and as well as stopping the wide rotation coming in from the eastern side. But these are some of those barrel holes that we mentioned, and YaLLa down to one player, and that is not going to be easy, but that is the third party coming through as well.
SCYTES also going to have to stop for the moment to find those revives, as all the meanwhile these squads rotate their way into the zone, fight their way through into some form of safety. I think I would put it through into quotations here, Tarzan. It is not really anywhere in this zone that is going to be safe for these teams, as you say, except for these barrel holes. The zombies increase their lead further, increase those points through, taking down Yamas from YaLLa. Is SCYTES going to be perhaps be those next on their targets? So too are Falcons on the opposite end.
The thing is tricky, right, to be the zombies in there, because they have high ground, to look down upon multiple teams, but they are on that western edge. If they are too aggressive to peak, they will have their gear damage. They can even lose their lives if they peak so much and get knocked and finished, because on that edge means that it's likely that they will have to move away. So it's great that they have now sent one player to grab that compound first to guard that further rotation in the later phases.
RT9, Real Tiger 9, you're going to have to take those claws and swipe down on to RICO Infinity Team, because as you can see, they are just chucking in these explosives left and right, as their two-player loyal team will also fall down in 15th position. Too much to handle on their entrance into zone. RTG Esports as well on their entrance in, sent down to the solo with only the 1 kill point to answer.
Oh, and look at these barrels, so beautiful, right? But you just need to know the absolute ways, like the best way to play it. Like you need to almost synchronize your peaks, otherwise people will just be trying to clear the fields from the small bit of relative high ground. As we can see, the sniper still hanging on by the thread, but let's shift our focus over here because the zombies want to go really aggressive.
SCYTES gonna have to defend. Zombies, they pack their bags and want this compound for their own. This is gonna be their new home, Tarzan. This surely is Razor in a very, very dire position indeed. Is going to be zombies picking up a bird. Only gonna be Hamco now falling in for the last one. SCYTES fall down. And the zombies clean still. 4 members on the entrance in. It will be snipers to try edge a few bullets in through the window, but won't find anyone. And zombies are good for the moment.
Ooh, and that shift as well, continuously testing these teams, right? To rotate in a good way, right? To send maybe 1 or 2 to a known position, then establish some overwatch to use that opportunity to relieve some pressure. As we can see, just zombies using position after position. They even took that fight as the trio to keep one player in this position that will be blessed by the zone. If they park the cars right, can also establish high ground jumping onto the roof. I think zombies are being set up for a very good game, but that's coming through because of their proactive moves as well.
Fate, unfortunately for them, have been caught though by SUDOR Esports. 1 knock comes through. The vehicle rotation, they wanted to set up a closer position into zone, but got caught in doing so. This could be a massive one from Trax if they will be able to find that grenade in, but gonna go wide. Not gonna find anyone for now. The revives come through, and this will be the reset in total as this zone goes away from the barrel holes and outside of Yasnaya fields to more towards the hills and the ridge lines. Even more more flat, even less space for these teams to hide for protection. It will be Galaxy Racers almost losing 2. MJ on the sliver of health as those nades don't quite hit them. 3 more get chucked in for good measure. It will be up to Max Cash to see if he can cash out some triple knocks and keep the snipers back in the game.
It is so hard to play, but at least they know it's only one enemy that they're trying to face on this southern edge, and multiple teams still finding a spot right now. But Arab GSG will fall amongst all that action, and look at Zombies still comfortably and moving more and more in, and when in one of the strongest positions, still using a spoiler. Ali always playing that position. The snipers ready to make some moves because they just have to clear the southern side out.
The snipers, they are so desperate here on the edge of the zone. It's also Rad there will also be eliminated. For good measure, all of these teams stuck on the eastern side as Alpha Legend Z fall alongside them. This is Chaos on that left in front. There is nowhere to hide, Tarzan. This is where the smokes come through, and you can see that Molly is going to burn down the members of Sniper. Barely that vehicle protecting them as the final member. And the Soka will be able to find one more from Max Cash, but Ultron and MJ, they're alive, and they take down the snipers alongside between them. HOTLINE Esports also fall down, and just like that, down to 7 teams, and it could be down to 6 because RTG, yes, they are alive, but they are up again, still in that barrel hole, stuck between not only RICO and Fanatic team, but Fate on the opposite end.
And I think Fate just need to use a very aggressive push right here. Establish some aggressive smoke, send it in with Overwatch, then they can maybe make it work, but that will be the side of RT9. Also, you need to look at RICO Infinity team is almost third party upon third party. Every time you peek, you are getting punished in this type of situation and landscape.
Salah for the Zombies here, the highest damage, over 1,000 damage, the highest kills, 4 going towards them is surely this MVP of the match so far, and MVP is going to be phased on this outer ring, as it will be them taking down SUDOR, but in return, Fate lose 1, RT9 get knocked, the sliver of health for Leif as they go left, right, find a kill, stay alive and inside the barrel hole as they set up their strength and their position inside. Faker was knocked off the back, and Ragnar solo too. Real Tiger 9 so desperate to hold on to their position. 3 kills, 3 players still up. 1 barrel hole separating between them.
Oh, it's so tricky as well, but this side, it might be Zombie just getting blessed again and again, and more kills going their way. Falcon trying to challenge this, but the last one out there is getting knocked, and the last player is Damar needing to support from outside, but that is the 150 round M249, but does it matter when Damar spraying you down?
Damar and Zombies are flying sky high, Tarzan, in this third match. They are obliterating every single team, every single player they go up against. 11 kills already for them, and their lead only looks like it could extend. They are closing in on that western side of the zone, up against Galaxy Raider ahead of them. SUDOR Esports, no so lucky, will also find themselves eliminated. Ali setting up position in front, scouting down, but it will be RICO Infinity team immediately executing Ali into the dirt.
And this is such an important game for Galaxy Rays as well, but that will first be Zombies. Once again, we talked about these roofs so strong. As long as they know how to optimize that peak and don't peak for too long or too far, break can really make a break for the side of Zombies because they need to find the next spot in the zone as well.
But the problem is the zone, as you say, pushing them into the top of that roof, pushing them into fire of RICO Infinity team is still RT9 and Fate Esports ensuing on the barrel hole. But finally, this could be some progression for RT9 as Zombies. Their streak has come to the end, eliminated in 6th position. Fate, Leif going for the revive. Instantaneous decision as RT9 edge their way in. The Tigers looking to swipe on those claws. It will be Leif going for the 1v2, but there's too many players between them. But 2 Ps comes together. They eliminate Fate, but Jigsaw as well eliminated. RAT RICO not done quite yet. Looking to steal this game away. Still the full squad. 3 more teams still alive around him. Galaxy Galaxy Race, Real Tiger 9, Falcons Esports, Real Tiger 9 down to the solo there, and it does look like Eagle might just be found out in the hole. He stands in the hole, he dies, and RICO Infinite's team, and they take the 4th kill.
I think this will be a very good game for them. Just based on landscape analysis, they've got the relative higher ground, progressive rotation in there. They clear out the sides, replenish resources with protected cars as well. I think just based on just pure analytics, this is a game for them to win. And the side of the Galaxy Racers, they've been burning so much resources as they edge their way in. Yes, it was good that they paced it, and they're down to 2 teams now, but it's just really that resources game and the landscape on the side of the RICO Infinity team.
Galaxy Racer, 11 knocks, 8 kills so far in their bloodbath through towards this point. We said Galaxy Racer, they needed these good games. This is their second to last match for them. They're going to go into Miramar later on, and this could set them up for success. The mental state of them, off of a chicken dinner, going into your final game, could set them up for a sky-high result. RICO Infinity team, though, looking for their own strength here. As you can see, currently 8th position, 16 points for them, 5 kills, 5 points through this match so far. But that tree is the only protection offered to Galaxy Racer, as that zone did close in between them. MJ using the airdrop, but off the off angle. Prestige looking to try and find him, but the crucial knock for MJ is it will be RICO Infinite's team to trade. Just 2 remaining. MJ, Ultron. MJ knocked. Ultron gonna be the last, but Otto goes down. Ragnar is on the 1v1. The zone closing in. The first bandages here, gonna be trying to use desperately here, but Ragnar moving in, understanding this is the time, this is the opportunity to set up in the best light. Is that zone right behind Galaxy Racer Tarzan? There is no way, no space left for Ultron, as those bandages will get used up. The zone will move away. And RAT, you do imagine they take this chicken dinner.
Ooh, and throwing the pan as well. That is some sort of disruption. But giving the time for that revive as well. Ultron notice it and need to challenge it.
Ultron going in onto Ragnar, but Ragnar can't find the shots. Finally, will take down Ultron, as it will be RICO Infinity team to take the chicken dinner. But an overall very impressive result coming through from Galaxy Racer Tarzan. They were able to find that 2nd place, find the kills alongside it, and certainly will find themselves back on top in that middle pack and leaderboard.
Oh, it's a good game by them. I think it's very volatile. Like when you're using those barrel holes to be able, to control multiple sides, keeping yourself alive, as you can see. Of course, with a little bit of assistance from the zone as well, they did try to clear out and exert dominance from that northern parts, then eventually winning the game. But it was really by a sliver of the teeth, because those end game maneuvers, when they want to go wide and get multiple angles, they didn't do it quite in sync. Like they send maybe 1 by 1 and they lose 1 by 1. They've got that numbers advantage, and ending it with a 1v1, I think they could have done that cleaner.
I think overall, it definitely, as you say, could have been cleaner, but a win is still a win, Tarzan, at the end of the day. Let's just say RAT take that chicken dinner for the 3rd game, and what a dominant game it was. But as always, we do have to take a short break before we go back onto Miramar next time around, and it will be, once again, the Hot Tunes back with us for the final time tonight.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season, where, as we said, we've had 3 games now down, and it was RICO Infinity Team to take the chicken dinner of the second Erangel match. I am Harnful, joined by the ever beautiful Professor Tarzan to the right of me, and it was a good game once again, and a good showing from Galaxy Racer, who really did need those points.
Yes, definitely an important game for the fans as well. I think that is so huge, and reaching this caliber of play, to have a fan base behind you, that means so much. Like I feel like I didn't even have that for myself, and you know what? It's a great start for them. So well done, you lot. Not just the team, but you fans to support them through like thick and thin. Is that expression, thin and thick? I don't know English anymore, but that game, interesting. And we see RTG still leading that leaderboard with 3 games played, but chasing straight after them 2 teams, RICO Infinity Team and NASR Esports, with 34 points, but having only played 2 games from these 2 teams.
Yeah, keep in mind, we are going to be going into our final Miramar match, where this time around, it will be Group B, not playing in the competition. So YaLLa Esports, RAD Esports, HOTLINE Egypt, and SCYTES Esports all not going to be able to pick up points this time around. But as we say, Group C back into the fray. They will be with GUNZ Esports, NASR Esports, iKURD Esports, and Fanatic Zombies jumping back into it. And as we say, 2 more games for these teams to pick up points. 1 more game for both Group A as well here to be able to pick up points, because keep in mind, Group A will be not playing later on. Group B only have 1 more game later on with Erangel. So it is really now so important for teams to be able to end off today on a good showing, particularly for those in Group A. And we do think then towards the momentum of that Indian team in Group A, Galaxy Racer, if they can keep this up, because they have been slowly getting better and better, I think, through these games. And now it is only to get the chicken dinner to be able to beat off the last placement point.
Yeah, I think it comes down to how, like the fashion of which they get those points as well. We're yet to see even more. You know, we can only see so many on the screen sometimes, but they must be doing something right, like to really charge through and survive, you know, in that very busy Southern Edge just now. So 2 more games for some of these teams, only 1 game for Group A, and so tricky one. I think we're slowly establishing, you know, like the strengths of these teams, their styles coming through, but just 8 games.
हेलो एवरीवन और वापस से स्वागत है आप सबका पबजी मोबाइल प्रो लीग अरेबिया के अंदर। हमें बता पिछले गेम से काफी खुश है जिस तरीके से कमबैक्स निकल करके आ रहे हैं। उससे पहले साइट्स का भी चिकन डिनर काफी बेहतरीन था, तो काफी काफी अलग अलग तरीके के गेम प्ले हमें ऑल टुगेदर देखने को मिल रहा है। लेकिन अब अगला जो मिरामार हमारे सामने आने वाला है वो मे भी कुछ नई स्टोरी अनफोल्ड कर सकता है फिक्सेस।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल कुछ अलग हो ही सकता है। एंड इस बार आई थिंक एक और ग्रुप बैठने वाली है, विच इज ऑफ कोर्स आप सभी को पता होगा, ग्रुप बी।
Targeted for enemies to hunt you down, really, and we have that access once again to the northeastern side. These teams showing some love in there, as well as the very congested middle zone around San Martin and Hazi and the Dalpatron. But these teams do show some experience, right? Although it's congested, although it's crowded, they found a way to really survive that the earlier Miramar game, other than the two teams that eliminated each other over at Ruins.
And what surprises me as well here, around the center, Tarzan, no team is so far decided to opt to go for Picardo. Maybe we see the side of Zombies go for that, but instead they do look to be around that church side in that zone, going to harm so many of those who waited on that plane path to drop later on into El Pozzo, into Ruins, where you can see Loyal going to be heading towards, because to Porto Prezio, to Impala, a zone bit for us we haven't been able to see for a long time here, and it's very, very welcome in my eyes to see this once again.
Oh, it's very interesting as well to see one of those teams still going for the Ruins, but the other one dropping out. Maybe they are a team that's not playing, or maybe tripping a little bit. But you know what? I think that will be a theme, right? To over at Ruins, that can happen. But at what cost? This time round, you don't have so much luck, because look at how often can I say 40% water circle on Miramar in phase 1? Those small islands are in play as well, and I want to see it end over there. Imperium and myself had one chance, right, to cast together in a very good PMCO league in those final days to end on those small islands. You know what? I want a second time. Like, I'm very greedy, and but I think it's very fair that I want it.
I mean, you really do search for the pain in everything for these teams, Tarzan, but a pain, and it is exactly going to be the word given through from FalconsEsport straight on to Fate. Already one knock starting us off, going for even more. The Falcons, can they find success? Demar almost going to be pinned down, not so lucky there for last. It's going to be thirsted out by Fate, so already one knocked, one dead. Demar going to join their brother down into the sand. They will be buried alive by Faker. Now to this duo, can Fate clean up what has been so far a clean start for them? I say that, and Faker gets knocked as now Ragnarok goes in, but Ragnarok also under heavy fire, and for now it does look like Fate do need to back off, make those revives.
think it's also important to just grab some resources first. There's a balance between doing that so you can take another round of fights and sprays. But if you look away, you also lose track of your enemies. And that is a little bit of a trade still. 1 for 2, the side of Lath. Still holding down that position, responding to that footstep, I should say. And the Tommy gun can still be so strong in the early game.
Fate, life going to be the front line, searching over, never alone, searching over Bomber. But can these two final players of Falcon on the edge of Los Leones be able to find this clean pick? Because it is the player disadvantage. There's nowhere really to run for them because of how open that ground is behind them. So they are kind of cornered into this fight here, Tarzan, and I don't think the fight is realistically the way they want to be going with this game. They probably do want to back off for the moment, but as I say that, Falcon almost getting bombarded by that grenade. Bomber, though, going to be caught on the retreat through. It's all a bait. And now Ragnarok moves in. They go for the first, and there is one more player to take out. Never Alone is coming in. Perhaps will that off angle to try find Leif, but it never will mind here as it will be Bomber going down. Third one going through for Fate. Never Alone was looking for that retreat, but as we said, so open behind him, and it will be that one knock onto the Leif. Never Alone are going to look for that first. Now comes 7 Reef, but can they find a second? Can they find a third? Ragnarok coming through from the flank side.
Oh, and Never Alone is very ironically alone taking on this fight. It's very tricky to do it here because you're just in Los Leones. Look at that circle. There's always a way out if you allow it, but they force that fight, and that will be FalconsEsport out at 16th position and only getting that 1 kill point. Fate off for a good start.
iKURD also going to pick one up onto NASR Esports, so they will be suffering down to the trio for the moment. And iKURD, one of these teams for the moment, I think they really did show up strong coming through from Miramar compared to Erangel and also their NASR. So surprising that we get to see these two teams already battling it out for that space inside of zone. And because the zone is so much in the water, it really does make you question here, Tarzan, the ability for these teams to not be clutched up together. As I say, clutched up together here, Fanatic Zombies, they're already up against NASR. They're going to have to fight. They're going to have to take another one. But NASR almost going down to sliver of health. There's not even HP bar on that player. But finally, another will go down. Mexico going to clean that one through. And it will be the rest cartel. Fanatic Zombies, a trio, set up shop.
This is one of the first individual mistake that I've seen, and this is game 4. NASR, it's just that player just didn't have the patience to stay on top there. If he can still stay completely silent and wait for someone to challenge that roof, he can take a knock as well as a finish. But instead, he wants it so bad that he jumped down, then just run into the pre-fire and completely lost their life. I know NASR has been having some good points, but that is not how you want to take a game. That's not how you want to start any game, and that is not how you play it when we say patience is so important.
You talk about vision here. I think probably the team with the most vision over these hills, RTG Esport, so high up, so much control on understanding where teams are going to be rotating to as we move over through some Minas Generales, and we have GSG going to hold firm for the moment, and this is what teams will be continuing to look to do, holding firm in closer positions into zone for the meantime. Teams not wanting, of course, Tarzan to be fighting, because in Miramar it is more about that position than those fights. It's not Sandhawk, it's not Vikendi where you would see these teams fight up against each other much more quick and much more closer. Galaxy Racer also looking to the same, already driving in closer towards the center.
I think it's very tricky to play the zone because you've got a good amount of water. You want to be the first team to basically assess small
Right.
islands if we ever get blessed, right, as audiences, viewers, and casters.
Don't jinx
to
it,
see that.
Tarzan.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, but you know what? The odds are not that high after all. But you know,
Don't you
continuing
dare, you're
with my
jinxing it.
point. Like, continuing with my point, you want to keep your options open, right? So if you need to cross, you want to be in position to do it. But there's a line of hills just to that west side of Impala and to Puerto Paraiso as well. You don't want to lose priority into claiming those spots if it ever just stay on that side, right? And we have, excuse me, they just won't give it to us. I think that's just entirely my fault, but we will have a main island finish, seems like.
You hyped it up too much, and then PUBG Mobile, the Gods were just like, well, you know what,
Damn
Tarzan?
it.
We are not going to give you the zone today over in the islands. We will instead put it over to the eastern coastline, and it's still going to be tricky because those dips, those ridges along the eastern coast, outside of the compounds of Impala and Puerto Paraiso, going to be so crucial for teams to have that understanding of where exactly to control.
Yeah, and having some players not to the blue as well, like that is either lag issue or AFK. I don't know. We don't expect stuff like that to happen in the Pro League, but we see there's some teams trying to set something up. SUDOR Esports trying to land some shots as they look over to the west side from these beautiful dips off the outside of Impala.
Impala so flat around it compared to when you move closer towards that center of the zone. That is more where those ridge lines like to stay. Is iKURD, they hold up for the moment. And I think we shouldn't see this fight come through for the meantime. You've got to imagine it. Yes, a team might poke a knock through, but unless SUDOR, realistically lose safe, you don't see iKURD charging in, going for the first blood, going for the entire squad wipe. And you do anticipate that it is just going to be these teams holding firm, as we say, waiting for that zone to shift next time around. But looking for a space, coming up together, it's going to be RICO Infinity Team Zombies once again up against each other. But this time around, it's going to be Zombies. They take the first blood. Round Vendetta, they are going to hold firm R8T now with the disadvantage. 4/3 as Zombies spread out. Zombies control is the name of the game.
And this spot right here, right, is still off that bowl to the east of Picado, and I think it's very up north still. So it's about that stalemate situation, right? Both teams know that if they know each other's position, they would just punish whoever's impatient to leave. So whoever teams want to find a way out, they need to have perfect understanding of those ridge lines, start to set up with some aggressive smokes, or try to rotate in the particular car formation. And you know what? It will still be a bit tricky for both these teams, and you can see they're already starting to set up, and that's what we want to see from these teams. Some may say, hey, that's a lot of smokes for that one thing, but it's really worth it if you can just save that one teammate.
I think as well, including that off-angle player there of Otto for R8T, you do see the own off-angle there for Zombies. And because R8T make that space, it makes it a lot easier for them to maximize the use of ridge lines. As you can see, because, as you say, you get those smokes, you use now the ridge lines, you don't need those extra utility because Ragnar should be protected from Zombies. As once again, we look through to the zone, Tarzan. Where is it going to shift? Tell me before it shifts. Where are you going to guess?
South. It will go south, I think. And that will put the side of Fnatic in off-center right now. Okay, this is going to be very interesting. So Fanatic Zombies, they are in one compound that has a very good overwatch all around. But whoever uses the roof need to have very good peak and don't peak for too long or too far, and they need to start to land these shots when it matters, because if you just keep going those long range spray, there's someone who will watch your way, or you keep killing someone in the distance that you can't grab those loot. If they come too close, you suddenly become a crash. So like that position is so key, and they are separated by that main road to the right of that compound. But we will first have some fights because all these teams still need to work their way in.
Galaxy Racer already want knock, but they want revenge. On to the Tiger. Surprise! is going to look to try take 3 more by surprise, but it's going to be Galaxy Racer just storming the front of the building. Surprise on the edge of the door, but finds a second knock. Can't be find 2 more. Ultron upstairs. Max Cash on the other side, but yes, they will be knocked them down. Tigers lose 1 instead, but there is some work to be done. Can the Tigers use this opportunity with those 2 knocks to aggress in? No, because Eagle was knocked. So this buys even more precious moments for Galaxy Racer to be able to revive the members as need be and to stop this oppression from RT9.
Oh, and they come in with no hesitation as well. Jigsaw wants to grab the revive and continue to pressure with the nade, but this is so hard. Like, the escape strategy is really limited. They have cars, I know, but your position is known and the cars are losing health as well. I don't think this is a good play by the side of RT9.
You do imagine, right, with the fact that they are outside of zone, now you only have the solo here, but there's no vehicles because you already use your vehicles to engage. So now Ramek, they're left on their own without any mobility outside of zone, and this should be a free squad wipe. You imagine going through to Galaxy Racer.
I think that is a very low-level mistake. You just need to let that one go, and you even take the car away from your teammate. Now he needs to run in on the very congested south side, and that is Ram just waiting, to not really die, but like, he needs to play really smart to come in. But we have RICO Infinity not having the best game at the moment, because just look at this team, man. Like, Zombies just know how to control position, peeking from the dip, controlling the west edge.
Zombies team fighting through their games so far, Tarzan, has been probably one of the best we've seen out of all the squads in the groups. And this is a squad that, when they rack up these kills, really do snowball hard. Yes, they had 1 bad game, but in the other 2 matches that they've been able to play, Zombies have been dominating over opponents.
Oh yeah, like, they have been finding these positions, and when sometimes you're so tempted to full send for a fight or whatnot, they just have that control. Well, now they have to be tested. They know what it means to be on the edge. We'll have a hard shift to the eastern side. Impala right in the middle.
Galaxy Racer up straight and banging down upon fate. They lose 1, lose a second. That would be Galaxy Racer looking for a 3rd as well. As Zombies take 1 onto NASR. They will also lose 1 of their own players on the edge, down to just Hassan, as Zombies continue their way through. And the fact that this zone continues to shift east, Tarzan, it makes it so tricky for all of these squads, because this is what it comes down to, as we said, the ridge lines. There is not really any cover in terms of these 4 walls to protect these squads. It is much more about the knowledge of the positioning, as NASR look to make an amazing pick. 1 jumping for their life. Hamodi will escape the fire of Hassan. Almost Hassan goes down. Now, as a solo, does have to be careful. Still up in a disadvantage. 1v2 in all the hopes of NASR currently rest with him.
And I think this squad have been having some issues with trigger discipline in this game. I know they're aggressive or whatnot. When you're down to a solo player, you better be so confident that it's a double knock, that you can get some kills or even grab the cars to rotate. And I think that's probably why they want to do that. But opening fire from a position that's so hard to retreat away from means that they will just fall at 14th place. Now, iKURD found a decent way to approach this game, which originally to protect them from the south side with some big oil tanks to cover the other. You just need to do this thing where they repark their cars from time to time according to where they get fired, and they will actually just either repark the car or find a better spot.
12 teams still in the game, as iKURD will retreat through to a much more secure building for the protection. But inside Impala, the teams start to group up together. The clusters have begun, and the player tags start to get closer and closer together. GSG, they do not look so strong. And what can GSG realistically do here? With Zoro so far on the front line, one of the players in the back knock still to be revived. And SUDOR do look firmly in control of this edge, and they could look firmly in control over those teams further down, like Sniper, who still are yet to find some position inside of the compound.
I think it's very tricky to play the zone. You have to do a little bit of zone shift.
एसरॉड हल्का सा पीछे हैं जरूर, इस टीम के पास 2 किल्स हैं, इनको और किल्स बनाने पड़ेंगे। फिलहाल वंस अगेन वो मूव कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अगर वो और आगे जाते हैं उनको वहां पर फिदान मिल जरूर सकते हैं। मीनवाइल गैलेक्सी रेसेस के प्लेयर्स भी सर्कल में आ चुके हैं, सर्कल में एक अच्छा एरिया है उनके पास, लेकिन इट ऑल डिपेंड्स ऑन द नेक्स्ट सर्कल शिफ्ट। इमेजिन कीजिए अगर सर्कल लेफ्ट साइड पर जाता है तो कितनी सारी टीम्स जो इम्पाला में है उनके लिए दिक्कतें बन सकती हैं, बट अगर सर्कल राइट साइड पर जाता है तो काफी टीमों के लिए सही रहेगा। लेकिन अब जो सर्कल लेफ्ट साइड का शिफ्ट लिया है, जो टीम्स आप बात कीजिए गैलेक्सी रेसर्स की, फेट की, स्नाइपर की, इनको जोन में जाना ही पड़ेगा अभी।
बट एक चीज अच्छी है कि वो आराम से जा भी सकते हैं, क्योंकि सर्दन साइड से अगर एचएस की तरफ से रोटेट करे तो ऑब्वियसली ये मुमकिन है कि सर्कल के अंदर जा पाएंगे। बट फिलहाल एसरॉड यहाँ पे फाइट लेते हुए यहाँ पे सुदोर के प्लेयर्स के अगेंस्ट, बट उससे पहले ही उनका खात्मा कर दिया जाएगा और इसी के साथ इकुर्द ई स्पोर्ट्स इस गेम से एलिमिनेट हो जाएगी।
बिल्कुल, इकुर्द स्पोर्ट्स भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है, लेकिन अगर आप बाकी टीम्स की बात करें, देखिए रिवाइवल्स मिलने हैं, फर्स्ट स्टेज लगानी, उसके बाद गाड़ियां अगर हैं तो ठीक है, नहीं है तो ऑब्वियसली ढूंढनी पड़ेगी या फिर पैदल जाना पड़ेगा। सो ये सब चीजें 10 सेकंड के अंदर हर किसी प्लेयर को यहां पर करनी पड़ेंगी। मीनवाइल रिवाइव यहां पर दिए जा रहे हैं, वो हम देख जरूर सकते हैं। स्नाइपर्स के प्लेयर्स की बात करें, सिटीजन और मार्को पीछे के एरिया पर हैं जरूर, उनके साथ उनके बाकी टीममेट्स भी रहेंगे। मार्शल और रेड वो भी अपने किल्स यहां पर इकट्ठे बटोरते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। खैर उनका ये पहला किल जरूर था, बट देखते हैं बाकी टीम किस हिसाब से अपना मोमेंटम बना पाती है। और अगर आप फ्रैक्स की बात करें, गन्स की बात करें, सॉरी, तो वो प्लेयर अकेले आगे की तरफ को आ चुके थे। लॉयल के प्लेयर्स गैलेक्सी रेसर्स के काफी करीब, अल्ट्रॉन की एचपी काफी कम है, उनको हील करना पड़ेगा और साथ के साथ ऑब्वियसली उस प्लेयर को फिनिश भी करना है।
जी हाँ, फिनिश तो करने में सक्षम रहेंगे, बट मैक्सकास फिलहाल यहाँ पे पूरे एरिया का मुनायना कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं कि कहाँ पे अच्छा जगह मिल सकता है उनको। बट कहीं ना कहीं किसी तरीके से अल्ट्रॉन ने अपने टीम को वहाँ पे जीवित जरूर रखा था, बट एमजे को क्या रिवाइव कर पाएंगे सही टाइम चलते, ये एक बड़ा सवाल बन जाता है। फिलहाल टीम फ्लेयर लॉयल की प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे एक बहुत ही एक वियर्ड से सिचुएशन में फंसे पड़े, बट टीम अल्फा के प्लेयर्स अभी भी जीवित है, बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से यहाँ पे नॉक्स निकाल रहे हैं। बट देखेंगे थोड़ी देर में आई थिंक किल्स भी निकालना चालू करेंगे। बट फिलहाल स्कीटन मैक्सकाश को स्पॉट आउट कर चुके हैं, गाड़ी पे स्प्रे जाता हुआ और फाइनली उनको नॉक करने में भी सफल। कहीं ना कहीं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था कि शायद अल्ट्रॉन बैकलाइन से कवर फायर दे पाएंगे, बट नहीं, उनके लिए भी उनके प्रॉब्लम्स वहां पे हैं, क्योंकि उनको भी सर्कल के अंदर सही टाइम के अंदर एंटर करना है।
बिल्कुल, अल्ट्रॉन अभी हल्का सा पीछे के एरिया पर थे जरूर, लेकिन उनको भी फिनिश यहां पर किया जाएगा। गैलेक्सी रेसेस का एलिमिनेशन मीनवाइल 8th पोजीशन पर होता हुआ, ओवरऑल में भी वो 8th पोजीशन पर थे जरूर। अब देखते हैं इसके बाद गेम में किस हिसाब से उनकी प्लेसमेंट्स होती हैं। लेकिन अगर हम बाकी टीम्स की बात करें, आरटीजी थोड़ा सा पीछे के एरिया पर, और आरटीजी इस टाइम पर ऑब्वियसली लॉबी का डोमिनेशन कर रहे हैं। फर्स्ट पोजीशन पर ये टीम ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में है आरटीजी। देखते हैं कि ये वाला गेम क्या वो और बेहतरीन बना करके बाकी टीम्स के कंपैरिजन में अपने आप को ऊपर रख सकते हैं, क्योंकि once again it just comes down to one conversation, that is top 16। यहां पर टीम्स को रहना कहीं ना कहीं अपने लिए पड़ेगा। मीनवाइल सर्कल एक और शिफ्ट लेने वाला है थोड़ी देर में।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल, शिफ्ट तो हम लोग को देखने को मिलेगा। अभी फिलहाल आरटीजी आज का आई थिंक सबसे कंसिस्टेंट टीम हम लोग बोल सकते हैं, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने खेला है। बट सर्कल अभी अल्फा लेजेंड्स के खेमे में जाता हुआ एक बहुत अच्छा गेम निकल के आ सकता है, बट अभी फिलहाल उनके प्लेयर्स नॉक पड़े थे, अभी रिवाइव हो चुके हैं। बट सेफ को देखे यहाँ पे अराब जीएसजी के प्लेयर्स के पीछे यहाँ पे लगे पड़े हैं, यहाँ पे ढूंढ रहे एक एंगल, एक ओपनिंग की तलाश में कि एक नॉक अगर मिल जाए या फिर अगर एक अच्छा नेट चला सकता है तो 2 प्लेयर्स भी इनफैक्ट वो आराम से नॉक कर सकते हैं।
काफी आराम से ऑब्वियसली यहाँ पर वो नॉक्स निकल सकते हैं, लेकिन हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि किस हिसाब से टीम्स अपनी मूवमेंट करती हैं। बिकॉज जीएसजी को देखिए, उनके पास वो चारों प्लेयर्स हैं, लेकिन उनके पास जोन का हिस्सा नहीं है, तो उनको ऑब्वियसली ओपन से मूव करना पड़ेगा। मीनवाइल फिदान उनको दिक्कतें दे सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो काफी करीब हैं जरूर। देखते हैं कि क्या आगे जाकर के बैरल का इस्तेमाल
On the 3v4, they know they need to fight this, otherwise whoever gets away or try to rotate away first may get sprayed down, but they need to use that ridgeline. SUDOR notice that they can rotate slightly wider from that south side, and they're setting up maybe an off angle with the soft cover coming from the smoke.
Skizon going to be one of those off-angle players to make sure that he can find some safety in the zone. But here comes Fate, the upset third party. Leif going to jump straight in through into the fray. Leif going to keep themselves alive on the buggy. Here comes Skizon from behind to try find those shots through, but the buggy won't fall down for now. They will find themselves some safety, but still the shots come through from Alpha Legends. There's no respite for the side of Fate. They will lose Leif. And it will be also Skidum to come back down to hold for the moment. RTG as well in the midst of all of the fire. Seeing about fire. Safe, gonna be burned to a crisp, gonna be blown up. Now it will be SUDOR down to the solo. Fate gonna be eliminated as well, down to just 5 teams. But can FitOn be more lucky? Down to the solo player, 7 kills to carry, 2 kills for RabGSG as they move into the fight onto RabGSG. Alpha Legends just trying to hold on their best to this zone as it keeps getting given to them, but there's just too many bodies, there's just too many players also looking for these spots as Jody now walks in, finds one, will find the second confirmed kill. This will be RabGSG wiped by the rest.
Oh, and at least Alpha Legends held that down. It was so scary for them to need to really continuously monitor multiple sides, but they made it work. Jody with the clutch of Groza ever so strong in any phase of that game. But we also have SUDOR, the last one standing, out of that skirmish, actually outliving the side of RabGSG. The solo's trying to land so many shots, and he would get the 10th kill before getting taken out.
This is Alpha Legends, 9 kills up against Zombies with 11. Both of these teams have so many points. This is up to them to see who can boost that even further though. Alpha Legends looking to increase their control. Both teams outside of the zone, but they just don't care. They go for the fight anyways. Jody up with Chaos onto the front line, looking for Als. But can they find Celia? Sorry, will be through onto Jody on the front line. Jody looking for those grenades, looking for the angle in. Grenades come through in front of them, but they won't be able to find anyone for now. Zombies firing back with their own Molotov on behind for Jody, making it a little bit trickier to rotate back. Desperate to move out of their position, but what Alpha Legends are doing right now is class. Tarzan, they send one player, 3-man through into the zone. They keep 2 on the other 2 members of Zombies to make sure they do not find their entrance in. They spoil the hopes potentially of Zombies. They will be a 1-for-nothing trade at the moment as Zombies fire back 1 kill. Make it up to 12. They need to look for the second, but we still need to open up even more space. Chaos on one angle. Rayman is safe towards the zone on the other. Zombies still need to move with the zone. Phase 7, forcing them into the open. Chaos waiting on the vehicle, looking for that surprise angle on Hamco, but already firing up, ready for the car. As it will be Ramon down to find Salah, and that will not be down just to Hamco. They will find it, and it will be the side of Alpha Legends to take the victory, Tarzan, off of this final Miramar game.
Oh, that was actually scary. I think for Jody to get knocked and finished there means that is a bit of an individual mistake, because you just can't do that. Like, if you get knocked, fine. Like, you need to be in position, or teammates need to be in position to trade or refrag for you. And Raymond to go for that, white rotation, that is beautiful, right? They're trying to choke the multiple sides, make sure they have no escape strategy, but it was so close. You could see it comes down to a spray down for Raymond to, completely lose that spot as well. So beautiful play down to those milliseconds of details, and they delivered, Alpha Legends.
Alpha Legends, they needed these points for sure. They picked them up, Tarzan, least to say. But so do Zombies. Another second position through from them. With those 9 kills, sorry, should I say actually 12 kills through from them, is it was Alpha Legends pick up 9. They still equalize the table with the first place team. So they're still going to be challenging for the top. They're not quite at the top, but by golly, are they reaching their way there?
And you know what? Let's not forget about Zombies Esports. They've played 3 games so far, and I think they're reaching almost to the top. But that didn't come easy, because they had a pretty rough game 1. Yeah, they got some points or whatnot, but it came from this last game and the game before. Yes, they didn't win any games, right? But the consistency in the ability in grabbing points is so important, and they set themselves up for a very good one, and that they have another game to play as well. So I think Zombies has really turned those tables.
Zombies, this is their chance to come back. One more game for all of the remaining 16 teams to play. After the break, we will see you guys for Erangel for one final game. Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, where we saw, just off the back of that hot Miramar match, Alpha, Legends, and Zombies to battle once again, but Zombies were the ones who came out on top in that second place. Alpha Legends taking the chicken dinner with the overall kills, meaning the Zombies take the most points. But alongside me, not just myself here, Highland Wolf, is going to be the beautiful Professor Tarzan, and of course, to break down what just happened.
I think that was a very tricky zone, right? You have to dissect it in multiple sides, so many main roads to separate, the teams that map in multiple phases, and we ended with, people needing to leave Impala and finding a way out, to trade and frag until they need to find the next spot. But Alpha Legends find that pocket of position, and they held it down and eventually expand their control towards the end zone and just took that win. But you know what, Zombies, I did mention at one point that they were one of the teams that furthest away from that phase. But that is them making those shot stops along their rotation routes and to clear out teams, who's blocking their way in. And they made it almost all the way to the end.
They made it almost, but they picked up so many kills once again. They're like a squad wiping death machine, is what Zombies realistically are here, Tarzan, at this point. Every game they seem to go into, they end up with double digits so far, and it is up to see if Zombies once more will be able to find that success, as it will be still their chance to shine one more time in our final match for Erangel. Keep in mind it will be groups B, C, D, and E to sit down on the final game. As for this one, it will be Group A to sit down. Will mean the Road to Glory, Galaxy Racer, Flare, Rocks Machines, and the Snipers will also all have to sit down for the moment today for the final Erangel game. So that is all that they have wrote. But for Group B, joining back in, the last chance saloon for YaLLa Esports, Rad Esports, Hotline Egypt, and also SCYTES Esports to be able to pick up crucial points in. Leading this charge so far in terms of the standings, when we look at PMPL so far through these 4 games, it is actually the Zombies overall who are on top because of how many kills they've been able to pick up. In fact, 30 so far, Tarzan. They've been able to get to 50 points, and they've been able to break their half-century mark, but close behind them, RTG on 49.
Yeah, but RTG's played all their games already, right? So it's about Zombies wrapping up more of those points. And compared to the other teams that have played 3 games, right, they are 15 points ahead, at least. And that is a great amount of points, and they have averaging 10 kills per game, so 30 kills right now. I know we don't have the infographics at the moment. We, alongside the production teams, trying to figure that out to present these beautiful, info, graphics and stats to you. It will come, so your patience is much appreciated. But we know how Zombie has been fighting their way in, and RICO Infinity team is on that 3rd place at the moment with 35 points. Right, let's talk about these 35 points, because I feel like they've been relying on those first 2 games to grab them. That last game that we've just seen, the over-aggression, the basic slipping is why they couldn't, stay on top alongside Zombies.
Taken out by Zombies, nevertheless, here Tarzan in that previous game. So a little bit of warfare around the top of the leaderboard is always welcome to be seen. But as we do wait to head back onto Erangel, I do think around the bottom of that leaderboard, for teams that still have the opportunity to be able to maintain that potential to get back up on.
हेलो एवरीवन और स्वागत है आप सबका पबजी मोबाइल प्रो लीग अरेबिया के अंदर वापस से। अभी तक जो गेम्स रहे हैं काफी बेहतरीन रहे हैं, लेकिन अब अगर हम बात करें एरांगल की जो आखिरी गेम होने वाला है, तो वो चीज हम जरूर देखना चाहिए कि आखिरी एरांगल कैसा जाता है और किस हिसाब से टीम्स अपने गेम प्ले, गेम स्टाइल, गेम एग्रेशन, उन सब चीजों को इकट्ठा लेकर के चल पाते हैं इस वाले में।
जी हाँ, अभी आखिरी बिल्कुल इनफैक्ट आखिरी गेम है, तो इस बार एक टीम की जरूर कमी यहाँ पे खनकने वाली है। दैट्स ऑफ कोर्स गैलेक्सी रेसर, सिंस देयर इन ग्रुप है, वो इस गेम में नहीं खेलने वाले। आपको पहले से ही हम बता दे रहे हैं ताकि बाद में कंफ्यूजन ना हो। बट यस, जैसे आज का पूरा दिन था, मैं काफी खुश हूँ जिस तरीके से सर्कल्स इनफैक्ट बने, जिस तरीके से टीम्स ने फाइट्स लिए। ऐसा नहीं था कि पूरे आखिरी तक फाइट्स सिर्फ चालू हो रहे थे। बीच बीच पे भी हम लोग को फाइट्स देखने को मिल रहे थे, कुछ अर्ली गेम कोलिशंस भी देखने को मिल रही थी, जो कि मैं आई थिंक प्रिडिक्ट कर रहा हूँ कल हम लोग को देखने को नहीं मिलेंगे, क्योंकि जैसे आपने बोला अभी सारी टीम्स एक दूसरे को परख रही हैं। तो ये एक चीज बन के आ जाता है कि देखते हैं कि आगे क्या होता है, मतलब ये लास्ट वाले इरैंगल में कि क्या बन के निकलता है, सर्कल कहाँ पे बनता है, प्लेयर्स कौन फाइट लेते हैं, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी 2 इरैंगल्स खेल चुके हैं एक दूसरे के अगेंस्ट। ये आखिरी इरैंगल होने वाला है, तो
बिल्कुल
अर्ली गेम कोलिशंस हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि ना होगा, बट ड्यूरिंग मिड गेम एंड एंड गेम की तरफ आई एम थिंकिंग वी गेटिंग टू सी सम फाइट्स हैपन।
बिल्कुल, वो फाइट्स वगैरह हमें ज़रूर देखने को मिल सकती है, किस हिसाब से, किस प्रकार से वो सारी फाइट्स बन करके आएंगी। एंड अर्ली गेम के अंदर अब इस टाइम पर कुछ टीम्स तो यही कोशिश करेंगे कि अपने लिए अच्छे पॉइंट्स बनाने के लिए फाइट्स ना लें। अगर फाइट्स मिल भी रही है तो भी फाइट्स ना लें, थोड़ा सा रोटेशंस पर ही ध्यान दें। और सर्कल्स के जैसे शिफ्ट्स आ रहे हैं, बहुत सारे हार्ड शिफ्ट्स हमने देखे हैं बैक टू बैक। सो शायद शायद टीम्स कहीं ना कहीं उन हार्ड शिफ्ट्स को मद्देनजर रखते हुए यहाँ वहां कहीं ना कहीं जोन के सेंटर लाइंस को बार बार होल्ड करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं विक्सस।
वेल कर जरूर सकते थे। अभी जितना भी मैंने देखा है कि क्लस्टर काफी ज्यादा डेवलप हो रहा है। आई थिंक
जी
स्प्रेड ज्यादा नहीं हो पा रहा है मैप्स पे। अगर आप दूसरे रीजन्स के टूर्नामेंट्स के साथ कंपैरिजन करो, तो आपको देखने को मिलता है कि इवन स्प्रेड की मैप पे हर जगह पे एक एक टीम मौजूद है। यहाँ पे ऐसे हो रहा है कि
जी
एक पर्टिकुलर जगह में इतने सारे टीम्स इकट्ठे हो जा रहे हैं कि सर्कल के अंदर रोटेशन करते टाइम ही दिक्कत हो जा रहा है। इनफैक्ट लास्ट मैप को ही देख लीजिए, अल्फा लेजेंड्स ने किस तरीके से चिकन डिनर लिया। उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से प्रेडिक्ट किया कि सर्कल अगर उनके फेवर में जाता है तो वो फायदे में रहने वाले हैं। वो उनके पीछे कोई भी टीम मौजूद नहीं थी, और वो पूरे एरिया से बिल्कुल एक दूर एक अलग जगह पे मौजूद थे, और वहां की तरफ ही सर्कल बना। और जब बाकी टीम्स रोटेट करके अंदर आने की कोशिश कर रही थी, आधी से ज्यादा टीम्स वहीं पे ही खत्म हो गई।
बिल्कुल, ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें होती हैं, लेकिन अब मैं वापस से आपसे एक चीज पूछना चाहूंगा, जो आपने ऑब्वियसली देख ही लिया, बहुत सारे लोग कूप आरपी वगैरह जैसी गाड़ियां यूज कर रहे हैं। ऑब्वियसली टू सीटर बन
राइट।
जाती है, ये एक अच्छी चीज है, स्पीड काफी फास्ट है, एक अच्छी चीज है। सो आई वुड वांट टू आस्क यू, डू यू थिंक हमें बग्गी का ऑल्टरनेटिव मिल चुका है एक तरीके से?
नहीं, आप बगी जैसे एक व्हीकल को कभी आप चेंज नहीं कर सकते। रीजन बीइंग ऑफ कोर्स आपको वो पेस देती है, बट देन अगेन एट द सेम टाइम मिराडो जैसे डेलिकेट डार्लिंग है, वैसी ही गाड़ी
हाँ
आप कह सकते हैं कुक को। रैंगल जैसे मैप पे यस फाइन आप यूज कर सकते हो अगर आप जा रहे हो। मिरामार जैसे मैप पे आप बिल्कुल वो चांस नहीं लेना चाहोगे, एंड क्योंकि ऑफ कोर्स जैसी गाड़ी है वो स्पीड जरूर देगी आपको, बट आप टेरेन्स पे आप स्पीड का क्या करोगे? आई थिंक आई वुड स्टिल प्रेफर a buggy over going with coop and solo individual buggy। सब लोग देखते हैं, ये भी स्ट्रैट हमने देखा है। 4 मैन बगी टीम्स भी यूज करते हुए नजर आई हैं, हमको देखने को मिला है। इनफैक्ट 2-1-1 का भी व्हीकल स्प्लिट हम लोग को देखने को मिला है कि 2 प्लेयर्स एक गाड़ी के अंदर रहते हैं, तो 2 अलग अलग प्लेयर्स डिफरेंट डिफरेंट बगीज में रहते हैं, या फिर एक यूएस रहता है, एक बगी तो रहता ही है। यूजुअली बगीज हम लोग स्काउट्स के ऊपर देखने को मिलता है, एंड ये बनता भी
जी
है बगीज, या फिर आई वुड ऑल्सो से फॉर अ बाइक। बट एट द सेम टाइम बाइक में वही एक डिसएडवांटेज है कि आपका बैक काफी ज्यादा एक्सपोज हो जाता है, जो कि आपको बगी में नहीं मिलता। वो बगी में आपके पास फायदा रहता है कि आपके एटलीस्ट बैकलाइंस सिक्योर है until and unless there is someone on the pilot seat।
चलिए, इससे मेरा एक और सवाल आपके लिए भी और ऑडियंस के लिए भी आता है। मैं आप सबसे ये पूछना चाहूंगा, इंक्लूडिंग यू फिक्सेस एज
नहीं
वेल,
नहीं नहीं, रुकिए रुकिए
विकेंडी,
रुकिए रुकिए
डू
रुकिए
यू
रुकिए।
गाइस मिस विकेंडी
पॉज
और नॉट?
पॉज पॉज पॉज
डू यू
पॉज
गाइस
पॉज
मिस
पॉज
विकेंडी
पॉज
और
पॉज।
नॉट?
जी उसके ऊपर जाएंगे, बट हमारे जो दर्शक है वो काफी कैसे बोल सकता हूँ, बहुत एक्साइटेड हो रहे हैं। आज एक शुभ दिन है सुनने में आया है, तो बताइए ओशन,
अगर अगर
आज
वो
का
आज
आपका
आज हो चुका
भविष्यवाणी
है
कैसा
मेरे
है?
ख्याल से, मेरे ख्याल से 12 बज
हो
चुका है,
चुका
तो
है
वो जो
शायद,
आज
हाँ।
आज हो चुका है, हाँ आज हो चुका है, तो आज एक दिन काफी शुभ दिन है। तो अगर उस शुभ दिन के बारे में हम बात करना चाहें तो अभी नहीं, बट ऑब्वियसली अभी तो रात है, अभी तो इस मौके पर नहीं, परंतु जब दिन होगा तो वो दिन एक नया सवेरा हो सकता है। और उस
तो
नए
मतलब
सवेरे के लिए
आप कहना ये चाह रहे हो कि दिन का इंतजार करना चाहिए हमारे दर्शकों को, रात को कुछ नहीं होने
दिन
वाला।
दिन काफी 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 एक अच्छा दिन रहेगा। और
अच्छा, बिल्कुल।
हर किसी को इंतजार करना चाहिए दिन का। एक
जी हाँ।
एक काफी काफी बेहतरीन गाना है, अदिति रात के बाद ही तो सवेरा होता है। तो जो वो सवेरा रहेगा, वो सवेरा भी नहीं, सवेरे के बाद जो दिन आएगा, उस दिन के अंदर काफी बेहतरीन चीजें हो सकती है। परंतु खैर, अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पर प्लेयर्स की, जो हम एक तरीके से टॉप 5 प्लेयर्स की बात कर सकते हैं, उसमें मैक्स कैश यहाँ पर हमें नजर आ रहे हैं, सर्वाइवल टाइम इनका बेहतरीन है। और अगर आप बात करें बाकी सब चीजें, देखिए जो पिंक कलर में मार्क्ड है वो मैक्सिमम स्टैट्स हैं, तो उस हिसाब से आप सोचिए 5.67 का एक एवरेज यहाँ पर एक प्लेयर से लेकर के चल रहे हैं। 1122 का एक जो उनके पास स्टार्ट है वो काफी बेहतरीन रहेगा ओवरऑल्स में। और उसके साथ साथ सर्वाइवल टाइम की बात करें तो वो हमको का काफी अच्छा है।
जी हाँ, इनफैक्ट हमको हम जब से देख रहे हैं zombies को एक्शन में, आई थिंक ये एक इकलौते प्लेयर है
जी
जो कि काफी बेहतरीन खेलते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। तो आई आई थिंक दिस इज वन ऑफ द टीम, जैसे मैंने आज भी बोला है, इनफैक्ट कल भी देखना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि अभी भी अर्ली डेज है। ऐसा ऐसा भी हो सकता है कोई टीम यूडो गैंग भी बन सकती है। सो यस, वो भी सीन हो सकता है। तो बट इट्स रियली अर्ली टू स्टेप ऑन द गन। बट आज जिस तरीके से zombies ने परफॉर्म किया, क्योंकि कमिंग एज हिंदी कमेंटेटर्स, हम आई थिंक 4-5 टीम्स को अच्छी तरह से जानते हैं, हमने पास्ट में भी इनको कास्ट किया। काफी सारे टीम्स यहाँ पे नए बन के आए हैं, और जिस तरीके से अभी खेल रहे थे, मैं काफी खुश हूँ कंपैरेटिवली। एक साल ठीक इससे पीछे मैं पीएमसीओ मीना कर रहा था, एंड वहां
जी।
पे काफी सारी फाइट्स लास्ट तक हो रही थी। काफी अर्ली मोमेंट्स पे आपको पूरा एक डेड साइलेंस सा था, बट अब वो नहीं है। अब टीम्स काफी ज्यादा स्ट्रेटेजिक खेल रही है, काफी ज्यादा अग्रेसिव भी खेल रही है। तो एक बहुत अच्छा चीज बन के आ रहा है।
बिल्कुल, ऑल टुगेदर काफी अच्छी यहाँ पर नई नई स्ट्रेटेजीज। अगेन जैसे हमने दिन की शुरुआत करते हुए एक बात बोली थी, और वो यही थी कि अनप्रिडिक्टेबिलिटी जो टीम्स अपने अंदर लेकर के आएंगी वो हमें यहाँ पर देखनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि उसके बेसिस पर देखिए टीम्स एक दूसरे को रीड कर सकते हैं ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ के गन फाइट्स क्या है, ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ के ड्रॉप लोकेशंस क्या है, लेकिन जो एक आधा अनप्रिडिक्टेबल फैक्टर होता है वो यहाँ पर ऑब्वियसली प्लेयर्स उसी टाइम उनका जो हाई आईक्यू गेम होता है उसके थ्रू चमकता है। तो अगर प्लेयर्स वो चीज यहाँ पर
Yeah.
कर रहे हैं, बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से प्लेयर्स यहां पर अपने गेम प्लेस दिखा रहे हैं, और वो चीज हम देखते भी रहे हैं, देखना चाहेंगे भी और आगे, क्योंकि आज के दिन जो कुछ अलग हुआ वो कल के दिन और कुछ एक नई स्टोरी निकाल सकता है। सो ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें मे भी आते आते हो सकती है। लेकिन वन सेकंड, कमिंग बैक टू द क्वेश्चन जो मैंने आपसे पूछा था, डू यू मिस वीकेंडी,
Right.
यस और नो? मैं ऑडियंस से ही पूछना चाहूंगा, डू यू मिस वीकेंडी इन
100%।
कॉम्पिटिटिव, यस और नो?
100%।
लाइक,
मैं आई थिंक इकलौता
या
कास्टर रहूंगा जो बोलेगा कि आई मिस विकेंडी। क्योंकि ऑफ कोर्स सबको पता है कि इतना एंड के तरफ फाइट्स होते हैं, बट वही सुंदरता है उस मैप की, वही सुंदरता है कि आखिरी में हम लोग को सारे फाइट्स उमड़ते हुए देखने को मिलते हैं। तब उससे पहले सारे टीम्स अपने आप को बहुत ही स्ट्रेटेजिकली पोजीशन कर लेते हैं। आई थिंक एक ऐसा मैप है जिसको अभी थोड़ी सी फिक्सिंग की जरूरत है। व्हाट दे नीड टू डू इज फिक्स द सर्कल्स, की जिस तरीके से जो सर्कल्स बनते थे,
हाँ,
आई थिंक वो कर
शिफ्ट्स।
सकते हैं थोड़े से। अगर देन अगेन बहुत सारे लोग बोलेंगे कि जो फाइट्स हो रहे हैं जो बहुत लेट को होते हैं, बहुत क्लोज प्रॉक्सिमिटी में कॉम्पाउंड्स, वही उस मैप की सुंदरता है, वो वही उस मैप की खूबसूरती है कि अगर आप कॉम्पाउंड्स को एक दूसरे से काफी डिस्टेंट कर दोगे तो एक बेसिकली इट विल बिकम अनदर इरेंगल विद जस्ट अ स्नोई मैप।
जी, लेकिन उसके साथ-साथ भी बात हो सकती है कि जैसे पानी के आसपास सर्कल्स बनते थे, वो भी उस मैप की एक एक खूबसूरती बन जाती थी, बिकॉज़ पहले ज़ोन में भी प्लेयर्स को तीसरे चौथे सर्कल जितना प्रेशर होता था, पानी में जाकर कौन रहेगा, ऑब्वियसली अपने किल्स निकालने हैं, तो किल्स निकालने के लिए आपको लैंड पर रहना पड़ेगा, उसके साथ-साथ फाइट्स लेनी पड़ेंगी। सो ऐसी बहुत सारी चीज़ें कहीं न कहीं टीम्स के लिए भी, प्लस उस पे डेडिकेटेड स्नो मोबाइल रहता था, डेडिकेटेड G36C जो वेपन रहता था, वो रहता था। ऐसी बहुत सारी चीज़ें थी जो कहीं न कहीं हम एक टाइम पर बोल सकते हैं हमने देखी जरूर है कॉम्पिटिटिव सिनेरियो में, लेकिन अब अगर हम बात करें एरांगल, मिरामार और सैनो की, ये ऐसे मैप्स हैं जो बहुत एक 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 वन सेकेंड, प्लेयर्स नो दिस मैप, बट द थिंग इज वन सेकेंड, जो अनप्रिडिक्टेबिलिटी फैक्टर ये मैप्स लेकर के आते हैं वो शायद वीकेंडी ना लेकर के आ पाता।
जी आपने सब कुछ बता दिया। वो MP5 के बारे में आपने नहीं बोला, जो अभी भी ऐसे लगता है जैसे मतलब मेरे पुराने जख्म ताजा हो गए। बट फिलहाल चलिए वीकेंडी को भुलाते हुए चलते हैं इरांगल की तरफ, और फ्लाइट पाथ ट्रेजेक्ट्री की तरफ अगर नजर डालें तो इस बार सिवर्नी से जाता हुआ नोवो रिपनॉय की तरफ। सो क्या ख्यालात है आपका इस फ्लाइट पाथ को देखते हुए?
मैं यही बोलना चाहूंगा, हमने लास्ट टाइम के एरांगल्स में टीम्स प्रिमोस साइड भी उतरते हुए देखी थी, और बहुत सारी टीम्स हमने मिलिट्री बेस उतरते हुए देखी है। मिलिट्री बेस नोवो अपना, तो वहां तो टीम्स चले जाएंगे, लेकिन प्रिमोस की बात सोचिए कि प्रिमोस तक जाते जाते टीम्स के लिए क्या।
Even GSG moving over to Star, but does that change up how these teams will be playing on their rotations in?
Oh, it's really hard to say. It's really hard to say. And I mean, we don't have a playing path like this for us to inform ourselves. Kind of similar, like through the middle. But you know what? There's something else that we have to talk about. A mentality, whether you are born to win or whatnot, that is key in this game, because that also reminds us of an important part of our game from our sponsor, Silent Wolf.
Yeah, of course, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your game mode on with the much loved Renault 5 series and that much loved infamous zone going through to the southwestern side.
And you know what? Like, speaking of born to win, right? I wonder how much of these players and their character are just innate. Like they are born with these strengths, or how much of this can actually be learned and trained. But one thing that for sure needs a lot of practice is synergy, and all these things be tested upon the zone. Look at this little bit of trouble already, right? Harsh phase one away from that playing path on the southwestern side, and we see the side of HOTLINE not wasting any time, and they just want to go over to the open western side.
Is Rad will be one of these teams to need these points. Now, Rad starting off here, Tarzan, looked so good initially, but first impressions aren't necessarily always the impressions that we need to take coming through for the whole day. And when we do take that holistic view of all of our 4 games so far, they've not looked so hot. They need a little bit more spice to really bring these kills and to bring these placement points in, and their final chance to do it. Why not show up now more than ever?
And I mean, it's about back to the basics, right? When you have a playing path like that, you have a circle like this, but it's the first time round that you fight against some of the groups. It can really change things up. It's down to them to kind of outplay, and outsmart. But sometimes it's to our disappointment that some of these teams just don't take that action. But it's also understandable. Some of these changes and tactics can only come through with some preparation, and it may take the whole night, after a day's gameplay. But one thing for sure is for the side of SCYTES, right? SCYTES had one win, but it's not consistent enough. We need them to get more points. They've got 29 so far, and 15 of that came from placement points alone from that chicken dinner.
And also here, Fanatic Zombies, their last chance to really be able to pick up these points. Now, Fanatic Zombies, for their current standing, all down in that 18th spot, currently only averaging 3 games so far, a total of 8 points. Now, the fact that they've been only able to average 2 to 3 points per game really is a little bit disappointing, and you do expect to see them to be able to pick up a few more potentially. But overall, does this speak as well as the fact that Fnatic Zombies have been quite an aggressive team, because 6 of their 8 points, Tarzan, were their kill points?
I think it's about, finding that balance once again, right? They were in a very strong compound earlier in Miramar, and able to maybe grab some points in there, but you need to keep, this mentality, and you can't just blindly go for spots like that. You need to plan it like Planet First and all that stuff, right? And that is them needing to show it. And the Fanatic, right? That is a very household name. I don't know whether it's associated with the organization that's very famous across the globe when it comes to esports. But if you do have a name that's similar to it, if you're not from that organization, you have something to prove. You have something to prove.
Something to prove indeed, especially when the other zombies in this lobby are the ones on top here. You need to prove yourself you are the better undead. That you are the ones who will take the brains at the end of the day, you know, and they need to use their brains in the noggins of theirs to be able to find some success, because we say 8 points just not quite good enough after 3 matches so far. Need to be able to boost themselves up. And inside, Georgia Pole. Oh, Georgia Pole. Over to the western side with this zone will be much more easier for the likes of FalconsEsport to move their way in. In FalconsEsport, coming through from that third game, really did look also one of these dominant teams. But again, another squad that, yes, they, I think, haven't had so good of a results, but at least they are one of those teams that do know how to play for these zones, especially when put down to the solo. Just in Miramar last time around, they did clutch up that third place along that western edge.
Yeah, they seem to be able to find some points, and that's so important. But I think that when it comes to those mid games, they are losing some players when they don't have to. Right? It's all about getting as many points, right, as you can when you have a spot. But they keep getting, losing some players when they don't need to. Is my impression of this team. But nonetheless, they are at 7th position with 32 points, and that is only a 3-point difference between themselves and RICO Infinity team, who is at 3rd place. So they are setting themselves up for a strong game, and also probably a strong week heading into the Super Weekend.
And you also mentioned here the fact that teams, when they do rack up enough points, can try to be a little bit more experimental, can really push the boundaries that much bit more. But the likes of these top teams, Zombies, RTG, RICO Infinity team, equally sat on those 50, 49, 35 points. RTG, of course, not playing in this game, but Zombies, RICO Infinity team can increase their lead as they are playing both together in the final Erangel game. Do they then try out these more experimental styles? Because when you look down at the current 16th position, only 8 points. They're not even at double digits for the threshold into the Super Weekend. And with half potentially of the games already now going to be settled, there is a lot of leeway for them to be able to be experimental.
I feel like the sensible thing to do, right, is to leave it till the last 2 games of their weekly league play. At least you won't really mess up your momentum, and you won't be, really messing it up. Like, you want to be really safe. If you start being experimental, like right now, I think unless you have a very high amount of confidence, like of your usual play style, and the fact that you can definitely get points when you play your so-called own style, then you can start that a little bit earlier, right? But one thing that you can't do, right, is these basic things like banana get eaten up, just a brilliant snack, like for the site or sites, like when you're up in a very typical position to grab info. I'm expecting, like, not just me, all of us are expecting you to know your ridge lines and the limits and not getting knocked. And we'll soon have that phase 2 circle, multiple teams still coming in, GSG, Arab GSG, trying to use their spot from around Stalbuk and Meshki, slowly rotate in, only to find themselves the need to further rotate down south.
Oh man, Tarzan, this is an absolute dilemma of a zone right now. Still down on that south side, and that's when you do question about those teams controlling that western bridge. That will realistically be the hot drop. Now, around just above that western bridge, it's going to be so important for these teams to control, and you do imagine that teams are going to be rushing towards those points, those who are close to getting to those points initially through this second phase. And as you also say, going to be slowed down around those hills specifically, like we say, Banana, for their team getting caught out in. when you do think about SCYTES moving back in, SCYTES, one of these teams are looking so dominant, but I do have to hold that sport onto SCYTES because it is Fanatic Zombies who have to prove their worth, but will just be shut down. GUNZ Esports raid into the warehouse, and they will be able to find one clean one for themselves.
And I think this is a poor setup by the side of Fnatic. How can you leave one guy in a compound without a car parked towards your teammates and start giving away audio cues when you get crashed? That's a complete sign of panic. There is a lack of control, and that is them just losing this compound away. But there's also the side of GUNZ needing to repark the cars upon doing that. But it's first a brilliant trade, right? Coming up, spraying down a rotating team of iKURD.
I mean, that is beautiful. Straight through the smokes, they find that knock. Blind shots, but they are able to find the initial knock. But as we say, down to these Erangel 2.0 hills, just overlooking that very pier, iKURD controlling one of the strongest spots currently inside of the zone. And iKURD really do need these points. Say iKURD currently in that 20th position, as you can see, only 5 points for them so far over their 3 games. And if they can control that spot, if they can prove their worth and prove what they are made of, then maybe we will be able to see some success, see them roll them way back up to the top. But I think we do also need to keep in mind some of these teams around the middle who have been fairly quiet. The likes of Real Tiger 9, one of these teams that have been very, very silent. And yes, we saw a little bit of action from them, from those Yasnaya barrel holes, but on the other hand, every other game we've been in have effectively not seen them do any work, but they are somehow still in the middle.
I think it's really down to the fact that a lot of those bottom teams are just like there to kind of buffer it for you, but you just need to assess your own play. That difference, like between them, so-called around middle pack, and the bottom is a difference of one game, like one decent game from any of these teams. Like, do bear in mind the zone is very tricky. Sometimes you do need a little bit of luck coming through. And they are, after all, in the PMPL. Of course, there is a level difference, but you should never underestimate your enemies. And we will have this phase 3 about to pop. And I'm looking at SCYTES because they are in position to be over to the southern side if they need to, but they should also be prepared for something like this. It's a hard shift back to the northeast side, and Pachinki might be one of the places where these teams want to hold only if they know how to hold a city down.
I'm loving actually the position there from Zombies on the edge on this coastal line, because not only did it provide that possible opportunity to swim through to the South Island and away from the rest of these teams, but also controlling those flats is going to be such an important space to edge their way in. I would like them to maybe move a little bit closer up towards that northern end, maybe move towards the warehouses, and that obviously does set you up towards Pachinki if you do need to go there, so it will actually allow them to be helped a lot more. But helping out here will be SCYTES for the points. Maybe Fanatic Zombies will be able to gift them over a few free kills, a few free needed points for them, as they will find one on to Blood. And the fact, but unfortunately for them, already down to the duo, already split here. Fanatic Zombies looking panicked once again, but albeit on the other side, it will also be GUNZ Esports caught out on the open road. They enter their way in. YaLLa gonna spot them through from the hillside. Powerful, maintaining their shots, but they still make their way through, as you can see on the zone. And it will be around that center point where, actually, unfortunately for Fanatic Zombies, they do look caught, but thankfully for them, here comes SUDOR through into 2 knocks. And it will be
मिशन से बाहर निकलना है, बट फिलहाल उससे पहले फनाटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ के मेहिको ने एक बेहतरीन नॉक निकाला यहाँ पे सुडोर स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स की तरफ, और ट्रैक्टर को यहाँ पे जरूर रिवाइव देना चाहेंगे, बट सेफ उनको फर्क नहीं पड़ता. पहले रिवाइव से पहले लूट करना लाजमी समझते हैं. तो वेल टेक्स मी बैक टू द क्लासिक डेज. यादें ताजा होगी.
ओके बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, लेकिन अगर आप वहां पर मुनीर को देखें, वो भी पिक ऑफ हो चुके हैं। अल्फा के जोड़ी जो पिछला गेम काफी बेहतरीन तरीके से खेले थे, ये वाला गेम और भी ज्यादा बेहतरीन तरीके से ऑब्वियसली पिक्स निकालते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या ये इनफ रहेगा? कॉज लाइट आए थे वहां से और वो किल चोरी करके जा चुके हैं।
वेल यहाँ पे ऐसे ऐसे
ये
चीजें हो रहे हैं
भी
जिसको बयां
क्लासिक
करना
डेज,
काफी मुश्किल हो रहा है।
ये भी क्लासिक डेज जब आप केडी की बात करते होते हैं और ऑब्वियसली कोई और ओपोनेंट आकर के किल ले जाता है।
ऑलराइट, सो अभी रहमान फिलहाल फाइट पे आ चुके हैं। टीम अल्फा लेजेंड्स गोइंग अगेंस्ट टीम राड, जो इकलौती टीम थी जो कि अल्फा लेजेंड्स के लिए दिक्कतें यहाँ पे क्रिएट कर सकती थी, बट फिलहाल देखते हैं यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी मुनीर को इन्होंने गवा दिया है। अभी दिलाब के ऊपर भी शॉट्स पड़ रहे हैं, बट इट्स गोना बी लेथ जिनको नॉक मिलेगा। तो अल्फा लेजेंड्स इस चीज का जरूर फायदा उठाना चाहेंगे, जरूर अग्रेस जरूर करना चाहेंगे, बट फिलहाल जॉडी ने यहाँ पे फेथ के ऊपर कुछ शॉट्स किए एंड ये एक सही डिसीजन है कि वापस कवर में जाने का, क्योंकि यहाँ पे उनके पास ओपन एरियाज पूरे तरफ है कि कोई कवर ही नहीं है कि कहां से हाइड करके आगे बढ़े। बट फिलहाल यहाँ पे देखते हैं टीम अल्फा लेजेंड्स के प्लेयर्स डिप पे खेल रहे हैं। देशा और सदात, ये दो प्लेयर्स बचे हैं। लेट्स सी व्हाट कैन दे डू।
और इसके साथ साथ बात वो भी आती है, आपको याद है गेम शुरू होते होते आप और मैं बात कर ही रहे जिसमें आपने बताया था कि पोचिंकी के पीछे काफी सर्कल्स हमने देखे जरूर और वही एक जोन बनता हमें यहाँ पर नजर आया है। सो ऐसे जोन्स के साथ साथ बात यही आती है कि प्लेयर्स जो पोचिंकी के आसपास थे, दिल बी रिग्रेटिंग राइट नाउ कि हमने वो एरिया क्यों छोड़ा, हम लोग ज्यादा आगे क्यों गए। और जो टीम्स ऑब्वियसली रोटेट करते करते पोचिंकी के पीछे आ चुकी थी, उनके लिए काफी अच्छी चीज हो जाती है। पीछे एक हिल भी रहती है जो कहीं ना कहीं हेल्प करती है प्लेयर्स को। जो पोचिंकी के पीछे वाला एरिया रहता है, अल्फा लेजेंड्स वहां पर है जरूर, उनके पास पीछे का एरिया रहेगा जहां पर आप देख सकते हैं कि वो फाइट्स आराम से निकाल सकते हैं, लेकिन उनके पीछे फैल्कन का जो स्क्वाड है वो उनको दिक्कत है पूरा टाइम देता रहेगा।
जी हाँ, फाल्कन एक ऐसी टीम है जो अभी तक शांत बैठी है। देखते हैं कब वो उभर के आते हैं। बट फिलहाल यहाँ पे अगर नजर डाले, गन्स के प्लेयर्स मात्र एक किल मिला है, बट काफी स्टिकी सिचुएशन में फंसे पड़े हैं उनके प्लेयर्स। आई मीन चारों तरफ यहाँ पे एनिमीज नजर आ रहे हैं। बट NASR ये भी एक ऐसी टीम है जो कि काफी अग्रेसिव खेलना पसंद करती है और उनकी सर्वाइवल इंस्टिंक्ट्स भी काफी बेहतरीन है।
जी, उनके सर्वाइवल इंस्टिंक्ट्स काफी अच्छे हैं जरूर, लेकिन देखना हम चाहेंगे कि ये आखिरी गेम आज के दिन का देवियों सज्जनों कौन सी टीम निकाल सकती है। मैं चैट से पूछना चाहूंगा कौन सी टीम को आप लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। एक बार फिर से हार्ट स्पैम कर दीजिए उस टीम के नाम के साथ जो अभी यहां पर खेल रहे हो, जो आपको लगता है कि चिकन डिनर ये वाला गेम में लेकर के जा सकते हैं। गन्स का स्क्वाड 4 मैन स्क्वाड है जरूर। ऊपर हम देख सकते हैं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग जो चल रही है, गैलेक्सी रेस 10th पर है, फेट 11 पर है और GSC 12th पर है। उसके आगे भी टीम्स हमें यहाँ पर देखते नजर जरूर आएंगे, लेकिन फ्रैग के प्लेयर्स काफी बेहतरीन नॉक्स निकाल रहे हैं, बट कंफर्मेशन एक अलग चीज बन जाती है।
जी हाँ, नॉक्स तो आ रहे हैं बट कंफर्मेशन करना काफी मुश्किल होने वाला है। बट सर्कल का शिफ्ट यहाँ पे देखिए पोचिंकी की तरफ आ रहा है, तो फिर से एक अर्बन वॉरफेयर हम लोग को देखने को मिल सकता है। बट फिलहाल अराब GSG के प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे YaLLa के ऊपर शॉट्स लेते हुए यहाँ पे कोशिश तो जरूर थी, नॉक भी एक निकाला था, कंफर्मेशन नहीं कर पाए। बट फिलहाल साइट्स के फोबिया अकेले जिंदा है, तो उनका सिर्फ एक ही मात्र ऑब्जेक्टिव होगा, that is to survive, that is to get enough positioning points. But मजे की बात यह है ओशन कि अभी भी सारे के सारे 16 टीम्स जिंदा है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, टीम्स अभी तक जिंदा है। इसका ये हैलोवीन के इवेंट में मिलता था वो वाला कद्दू है। पर खैर अब सोचिए, हम लोग पहुंचने वाले हैं लगभग 18 मिनट से ऊपर तो आ ही चुके हैं, लगभग 20 मिनट के मार्कर तक पहुंचने वाले। अब टीम्स के एलिमिनेशंस होते हुए नजर आ जरूर सकते हैं, क्योंकि अगर आप बात करें, आप देख सकते हैं अब टीम्स कहीं ना कहीं प्लेयर्स टेक डाउन किए जा रहे हैं और कितनी देर तक एक प्लेयर जिंदा रहेगा, राइट। कहीं ना कहीं पर टीम्स के एलिमिनेशन जरूर दिखेंगे और उसी के साथ साथ टीम्स के मनोबल उनका आज के दिन के लिए टूट सकता है, पर कल के दिन एक नई शुरुआत ये सब प्लेयर्स कर सकते हैं।
जी हाँ, और कल के दिन ही काफी बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन दिखाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अगर कल नहीं तो परसों नरसों आप कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते, आप खेल भी नहीं सकते। सो दैट्स द थिंग, तो आपको कल किसी भी तरीके से टॉप 16 में क्वालिफाई करना पड़ेगा। बट उससे पहले ये जो सर्कल बना है, देखते हैं अभी नेक्स्ट शिफ्ट कहाँ की तरफ जाता है। तो सिटी से बाहर जरूर आ चुका है, सर्दर्न साइड आ चुका है, हिल्स की तरफ, तो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग रहने वाला है। यहाँ पे YaLLa के प्लेयर्स अगर चाहें, अगर अच्छी तरीके से यहाँ पे अपने कार्ड्स को खेले, तो यहाँ पे जरूर जीत भी हासिल कर सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल वो जीत जरूर हासिल कर सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर आप ब्रेक को देखें ऑलरेडी उन्होंने नवो को डाउन कर जरूर दिया है। सो काफी फाइट्स यहाँ पर बन रही है, लेकिन अभी भी कोई एलिमिनेशन नहीं हुई है लेडीज एंड बॉयज गर्ल्स। बहुत सारी टीम्स ऐसी रहेंगी जो 2 मैन स्क्वाड बचेंगी या फिर 1 मैन स्क्वाड बचेंगे, और वो सब प्लेयर्स अकेले ही यहाँ पर खुद को थोड़ा दूर रख रहे हैं। फिदान के काफी करीब एक ग्रेनेड आया जरूर था, और सैफ को वहां पर ऑब्वियसली पिकअप किया जा सकता है। यहाँ पर गाड़ी को ब्लास्ट करके भी ऑब्वियसली एक और प्लेयर को नॉक किया जाएगा। फिदान को समझ में आ चुका है वो ओपन में जा जरूर रहे थे, स्पॉट वापस से किए जा चुके हैं। उन्होंने खुद अपनी गाड़ी को ब्लास्ट करके अपने लिए कवर बना लिया है, पर क्या ये ग्रेनेड फिदान के करीब जा करके उनको टेक डाउन कर सकता है, ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल रहेगा। जीएसजी अपने एक और प्लेयर को डाउन यहां पर होते हुए देख रहे हैं, तो उनको भी वहां पर रिवाइवल चाहिए होगा। मीनवाइल एसकेएस का बेहतरीन उपयोग यहां पर देखने को मिल सकता है एमएक्सीओ की तरफ, बट अभी वापस से स्विच करेंगे। M4 6 टाइम्स पर स्प्रे देने की कोशिश, काफी ज्यादा डैमेज दिया था मेक्सिको को।
जी हाँ, डैमेज जरूर दिया था, बट नॉक निकालने में असफल रहे फिलहाल। बट सर्कल देखिए, यहाँ पे प्लेयर्स देखिए कितने देर तक, अभी भी सारे 16 टीम्स बची थी, फाइनली एक टीम एलिमिनेट हुई, और दैट इज आरआब जीएससी। लगभग 20 मिनट के बाद आप देख रहे हो यहाँ पे टीम्स एलिमिनेट होना चालू हुई, बट अभी देखिए ये 15 टीम्स अभी आई थिंक 1 मिनट में आराम से 10 या 9 पे चली जाएंगी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, लेकिन वहां पर सैफ को डाउन किया जाएगा। एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड यहां पर बनाना की तरफ से गया था, अब देखते हैं कि क्या वो आगे की फाइट ले पाएंगे। मीनवाइल बनाना ने काफी सारे अपने लिए कंफर्मेशंस निकाले थे। अब किलफीड एक तरीके से भाग रही है, आप देख ही सकते हैं साइड बाय साइड किलफीड काफी ज्यादा एक तरीके से तेज अपने हिसाब में चल रही है। बनाना का नॉक अब जाकर के जितनी देर में हम बात कर रहे थे उनका ग्रेनेड का नॉक, पर अब इसके साथ साथ 5वां सर्कल भी मूव करना शुरू कर चुका है। 14 टीमें हमारे पास, 37 लोग जीवित जरूर है, और इसी के साथ साथ ज़ॉम्बीज़ ई-स्पोर्ट्स के जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो भी आगे मूव कर रहे हैं, और वो जहां पर भी जाएंगे अब उनको प्लेयर्स दिखने वाले हैं। जब इतनी सारी टीम जिंदा होती है, इतने सारे प्लेयर्स जिंदा होते हैं, आप जहां पर भी रुकेंगे आपके आसपास कोई ना कोई स्क्वाड या फिर कोई ना कोई प्लेयर जरूर मिलेगा आपको।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। और मैं देखना चाहता हूँ कि ऐसे परिस्थिति में यहाँ पे टीम्स कैसे टैकल करते हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है कि हम लोग को एक चाइनीज लॉबी में आ चुके हैं, पीएल का यहाँ पे माहौल चल रहा है। बट फिलहाल यहाँ पे ज़ॉम्बीज के प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे बनाना की तरफ नेट डालते हुए सटीक निशाना और बेहतरीन फ्रैग मिलता हुआ फनाटिक ज़ॉम्बीज इसी के साथ हो चुकी है इस गेम से बाहर।
बिल्कुल, वो यहाँ पर इसी चीज़ के ऑब्वियसली गेम से बहुत सारी टीम्स के लिए यही दिक्कत है, अब जा करके निकल कर गए, लेकिन देखते हैं कि कितना आगे ये टीम्स जा सकती हैं। 13 टीमें यहाँ पर हैं जरूर, और ज़ॉम्बीज के प्लेयर्स लोअर एरिया जो लोअर ग्राउंड हाई ग्राउंड की फाइट होती है उसके अंदर कहीं ना कहीं दिक्कतों में आ चुका है, उनका भी एग्जिट हो ही जाएगा। ज़ॉम्बीज कैन नॉट बी द पार्ट ऑफ दिस वन राइट नाउ, क्योंकि उनका एलिमिनेशन हो चुका है। और एनएसआर को देखिए, हसन पीछे के एरिया से अच्छे तरीके से अल्फा के प्लेयर्स को दिक्कत दे सकते हैं। बाय द लुक्स ऑफ इट वो जा भी रहे थे, बट उनको दूसरी साइड से गोलियां पड़ी तो उनको पीछे की तरफ को रहना पड़ा। मीनवाइल हसन को भी यहां पर टेक डाउन किया जरूर जाएगा, और बतेगा को आगे कहीं ना कहीं मूव करना पड़ सकता है। अल्फा के प्लेयर्स अब जोन उनसे बहुत दूर है, ये 20 सेकंड में उनको या तो ये फाइट फिनिश करनी पड़ेगी या फिर कुछ ना कुछ करके, कुछ चमत्कार करके यहां से मूव करना ही पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज सर्कल उनको टेक डाउन कर सकेगा। छठा सर्कल डैमेज बहुत देगा।
सर्कल छोड़िए, यहाँ पे जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे नेट्स की बारिश हो रही है उसको भी इनको यहाँ पे जूझना है उसके अगेंस्ट। और देखते हैं यहाँ पे बत्ती का फिर से एक और नेट का इस्तेमाल करते हुए, आई थिंक अगर बैकलाइन से एक या 2 प्लेयर्स को पकड़ लेते हैं यहाँ पे जब रिट्रीट।
Molotov's going to be sent in for good measure, going to burn them to hell, going to send them packing with the explosives into itty bitty pieces.
This is so tricky for these teams, man. Like, there are rich lines. Sometimes you just learn one part of the map every game. Like, that is how I feel like, and that's probably how some of these teams need to, progress in this game. As you can see, staying pretty stealthy is RT9. We talked about them, struggling a little bit, in this lobby, but they seem to be having some sensible splits. 3 kills right now, with one to hold a shack that won't be challenged, and the other one to play a bit of spoiler. But Alpha Legends are in the move because they've been under pressure continuously.
But Jody gets knocked again. This is Alpha Legends out. It just can't quite find their way through in towards the center. Falcons Esports going to join them, as it will be now. Also, keep in mind, HOTLINE still alive on the edge of the Pachinki side, but they lose their front line. Hammer or Dama will be taken down. It will also be Mana, though, on the other side, still alive alongside Holter. So can they continue to aggress their way forward? Will be SUDOR? Not so lucky, not so fortunate. Is YaLLa inside the shack. hold up for now. One grenade through that window would do it, but Safe's not got any grenades in his pockets. It will be NASR from the outside throwing in some explosives. Nevertheless, it will be SCYTES to get knocked out. SUDOR might just be joined though by YaLLa, as immediately as soon as they step out from where they drove down towards, NASR with the spoiler play, look for all of these opportunities, look for these kills, and Powerful needs to be very, very careful that that grenade doesn't get sent through.
Look at this circle. It's just so hard to play, man. And look at all these teams with the patience and finding a pocket was able to stay stealthy, grab some placement points. But do bear in mind, although through all that fighting, we've still got 8 teams left, only 13 bloody players, and that is how crazy it is. It's the placement point difference of 14 if you just go all the way. If you go out now, you get 1 point when it comes to placement points.
But look at them, Tarzan. None of them are actually inside a zone, so they all got to make their step forward. They've all got to make their crawl into safety. Yes, it's nice being in a beautiful circle on the outskirts, but the blue zone is unbiased. It will just take out everyone on its raging path towards death. Is NASR looking to try find YaLLa, send it down to 7, but those nades just not quite through that slit in the shack. So difficult to land those grenades, but won't be successful this time around. They move in, they send their scout, the first player towards the center, but being the first might not be so successful. With GUNZ Esports as well, knocked down, they stand up, but with RICO shooting down, NASR pinpoint one straight on HOTLINE, and that will be all stand to the solo. There you go. RICO Infinity team only now have Ragnar alive. NASR still maintaining the duo. NASR, the only player for the squad here inside the zone. Such advantage going towards them. Is Real Tiger 9 as well. We said they needed to increase their lead. We said they needed to increase their potential here, but the Winchester's not quite enough. Mena will be also taking down Surprise, but falls to the play zone. Not quite enough health to outlast it. And as we go down to the final 4, it will be up to NASR, RICO, YaLLa, iKURD, and iKURD on the bottom, Tarzan. If this is their chance, out of any chance in their possibility, now is the time to pick up those points.
I think they've really delivered already, like just surpassing so many points in that. Yes, I know they've only got 1 point, but they are getting at least 9, and they only had 5 before this game. And you know what? The surprise as well, like earlier, like RT9 also got a good amount of kills, and ending with some very interesting thing where Surprise only got no bullets entirely, right? So he would just use the Kar 90 and throw away the other gun as well. YaLLa Esports went out, and this is iKURD grabbing even more points. NASR is here to redeem themselves after a terrible Miramar game.
Into double digits, as it will be Helmet. This core player doing so well, Tarzan, alongside the edge, staying quiet, minimizing the sound coming out from the solo player and allowing all the rest of the teams to fight it out against each other. NASR as well, this other duo who have done tremendously, sending those grenades out. It is far enough to reach Ragnar if they can only find him on target. Helmet, though, wakes up, a grenade chucked down themselves, as it almost takes down one of NASR. Helmet looking for another, looking for their second grenade in fact, it's going to be a molly. And now that 4C's, but he got back, almost finds him, but the vehicle, the hay bale, the protection so crucially given to them for the meanwhile, won't send them up for now. Miracle looking to chuck another grenade there onto Ragnar. Their eyes set onto 8T's. iKURD also get eliminated down to the duo. Ragnar versus NASR.
And I think that is it, and that is NASR. You know, making it count towards the end. Yeah, I did have that one moment there when I tried to think in real life, like if you throw a molly onto hay bale, shouldn't it blow up into a great explosion? But that didn't quite happen. It's nicely treated bit of hay bale is reliable. But that was a much needed hay bale as well, because otherwise it would turn into a 1v1v1. But NASR held it down, the extra 5 points in placement points, because they made it to the top in that last 3 teams. So well done to this team, and then we will know who are leading that board very soon. We need to find some stats, so I'm going to pass it over to you, Highland, as I find out more about these mats.
Right, indeed. I mean, I tell you something, Tarzan. These hay bales are the strongest hay bales you've ever seen. They are made out of steel, is what they are made of right now, Tarzan.
Okay.
I mean, wherever they may be getting their hay from, I don't think the farm mammals are going to be wanting to eat that.
I mean, yeah, that is a very visual. It's almost like people curving, I don't know, like some very delicate looking things with very strong materials. But you know what? We are going to go on a short break. I know it's the last game, but we do have some more interesting bits coming up. So we will see you guys very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 Spring Split, where we've had all of our first day's games, but we're not quite done yet, Tarzan. We still need to break it down and show you guys the highlights of that final game. By golly, was it a good game where we not only saw iKURD taking that third position, but also NASR, another squad that needed to take up their position in the standings, getting that final chicken dinner.
Oh, very important play from them. I was quite how should I say, just strict. Like I'm harsh as usual, but we are ready to look at some results from that game, and we are going to have it. We are learning as we go as well. So you're going to see more of these wonderful graphics. But that game was NASR Esports like getting all the way, like not just a chicken dinner, but 10 kills as well. 25-point game for them. Huge game from this team.
NASR, such a big lead, and they're particularly down towards Real Tiger. Even we mentioned them needing those extra points. It's 10 juicy ones gonna go their way. But the fact that they were able also, NASR, to pick up so many kills, whereas that is what has really increased their lead because of those so below them not picking up as many. And down towards the bottom, you can see, unfortunately, Arab GSG going to be that one with 1 point. The rest also just towards those 6 points. And the fact that you see such a dominant win coming through from them, really, you do imagine boosts them up. And not only boost them in this single game and on the overall leaderboard, but also on their morale, because as you say, it's all up here, right? It's all about going into tomorrow with the best mindset you can, and when you are good to go in your mind, you would go in your fingertips too.
I think that's just so key. Like it should soon be a topic that is discussed all across, that we don't have to bring that up enough. But I think the whole ecosystem in this pro play right now, or teams who are trying to get in, are still too hype focused, to gun skill focus. There are so many things that make you like rise above and make you play at your best more often, right? So we are going to keep saying that until we feel like, or we get told by some of these players that these things are now in place. So just really waiting for that to come through. But yes, some of these teams, right, in that bottom 4, we should give everyone, maybe bottom 5, right? We are looking at 8 points coming from the 19th and 20th place, the Snipers and the Flare loyal team. Then Fanatic Zombies at 18th with 11 points. Then we have 2 teams with 16 points. So iKURD and HOTLINE Esports. So, but the teams right above, not very in the clear as well. The 19 points, 21, 24. So once again, like just waiting for that one big game for any of these teams, and those who are just above should feel insecure.
But the fact also that when you look at NASR's big win, it wasn't just a big win, Tarzan. That's a win that took him over Zombies, that took him to the first spot over all other 19 teams with those total 60 points, an 8-point lead to set them going over that second place in tomorrow's 5 games. But also, when you actually look at the likes of our middle standings, Alpha Legends, because he didn't have such a good game at final time, dropping down from the very top all the way to that 9th position. And that tells you, Tarzan, that these teams are still so close in the standings. When you think actually about the 5th place team, GUNZ Esports currently with 40 points, all the way down to that 10th place team with Galaxy Racer over in 30, that's 6 different teams, which only has 10 points between them.
I think there's how should I say this? It's also interesting to compare this region of PMPL with the others, and I've just quickly checked, right? Some of the other regions, or like maybe NA and all that, and I can't really spot anything, but this is pretty even. Like it's very often that we have a stronger point sponge situation, when right in here you can see the separation is very small. As increments, if you put all of them in a chart, is very like consistent going up. So it's statistically very even, and therefore those big games will be the big outliers that really allow you to boost your way up.
As we will get straight on to the highlights here for the final game of Erangel, where we did get to see the stats. Excuse me, here will be NASR Esports going to be over for the Erangel side. And the fact that you could see there already, NASR was so much damage, 1,768 damage so far in that one game alone. They did not get that win for Tarzan. They clearly had to do work. And you could see that with so much fragging being done by them to really open up their position into zone, because they were on that tricky hillside where you saw the likes of, example, Zombies going towards that hard flank, even their Fanatic Zombies as well. But yet, albeit even YaLLa, but albeit there, of course, as we say, the fact that NASR were able to overtake them all. And with that, as you say, slow progression to zone, edging their way in, the patience played off for them.
Yeah, I know. And we should probably head over to watch some more stats, because some graphics are coming through time and time again. And we just need to see what's their MVP for today is Salah. And that is from Zombies. And you know what? I'm not surprised. Like, with that amount of kills, like from this squad averaging 4.5, and with that 890 damage per game, that is crazy. Like that is very high. Sometimes that's the highest, like best performing game from some of these players across the tournament.
When you have a player that is averaging an entire squad and even a body, half of it albeit there for an extra one per game, that really speaks something, Tarzan. I mean, the fact that they're also averaging 800 damage per game as well, that is insane numbers. And it speaks as well to how aggressive Zombies have been as a team through all 4 of their matches today. As we say, it was going in through the first 3 games, averaging, if we ignore the last one in a hiccup, 10 kills per match.
And we'll get to see the standings to give everyone a little bit of the idea, as we can see NASR Esports right on top. Zombie not having the best game like the last one, but still leading in that kill points, 8 points behind. And you can see what we meant earlier. Look at the difference between the teams. Really, really small. Maybe the biggest jumps between the 4th and 5th place with a 9-point difference. But other than that, every team still has like that opportunity for sure. And we will head over to the second page very soon. You know, whilst we're on here, like, what do you think about this page right here? Final Wolf.
I mean, it speaks to me straight away that Zombies can see are picking up the points with the kills, whereas NASR are clearly one of the most consistent teams. But as well, RTX, they also picked up points with those 32 placement points. And also, it doesn't necessarily mean, though, that chicken dinners are everything on the other hand of it, because Alpha Legends, as you can see, so close in these points, those teams between that 5th and 10th position, as we said, only 10 points between them, and then only another 9 points between Galaxy Racer and then Rad in 14th position. So when you think that that is realistically a chicken dinner and 4 kills, one squad wipe between half of those teams, it really does make you nervous for going into their final day, how volatile this leaderboard can still become. And it really is going to be work to be done for these final 4 teams on the bottom in the danger zone. Need to be able to make their way out, because of course only 16 teams here, Tarzan, can make it through to the Super Weekend, Thursday, Friday and Saturday.
I mean, it's time to study, right? Get straight to work right now. Like, you've been playing, you already have that time. Sometimes I love to have this idea where, like, it's about battling the growth level, right? If I can grow quicker than you, if I'm more hardworking than you, then I will be closer, you know, like towards our goal, that we're fighting against each other for the same goal. So it's time to put those mentality in and get to work.
It is going to be time to get to work, but of course, this has been all of our 5 games today. It has been a beautiful set of games, I think, to say the least here, Tarzan. I mean, all of these teams, as we say, have come up strong in their own rights, in their own matches that they have played. but it'll be up to all 20 of those teams in all 5 groups to be able to show us what they can do in tomorrow's games. It won't be us on the caster board, but it will instead be DKZA and Span Cargo to join you with all the action on tomorrow's 5 matches. And we will see you guys then, overall, into the Super Weekend when we are back. And we will wish you all a beautiful good night.